Hello, welcome back. My name is William, also known as SerAaron, and this is Jen, also known as Denati in this game.
Who calls you William?
Me. I call me William because it's my name.
Compare that to the number of people who call you Will, though. William is no longer your name is Will.
Yeah, but they call me Will. Like I don't tell them to call me Will. People just do that. I've never expressed, like or dislike of that.
Listen, this is exactly how my name changed from Jennifer to Jen because no one calls me Jennifer.
But I always still introduce myself as William.
I'm pretty sure you've introduced yourself as Will before.
Nope, never. I'm
All
always
right.
I introduce myself as William. I've occasionally been asked, "Do you prefer Will or William?" And I will always say William. Not everyone listens when I say that, though.
I've never heard you say that. You've never said that to me before.
Well, I don't correct people, right? Like, if someone calls me Will, I'll still respond. I won't be like, stop misnaming me. But I do technically prefer William.
Technically. There's no technically. There's I prefer and I don't prefer.
Anyway, so we're playing Burning Wheel and Exalted, and what happened last session? Tell us, Jen.
See, I don't tell people to call me Jen. They just call me Jen anyway. I'm gonna make a character named Will just for you. Alright, so, some bad shit has happened. But some good shit also happened. Technically, I would count, like, sessions 2 and 3 as, like, part of one.
Yeah, they were almost one session.
If that were the case, I mean, it was only separated by like 8 hours of sleep and then immediately back at it again. Yeah. But like, Anyway, so I found a dude. His name was Starlit Musa, and he was like, "Oh, hey, do you need help? Because I can help you." He said while rubbing his hands together in an evil way. Denati completely missed it. Didn't know that she failed her circle roll, and decided to trust this asshole, who later turned out to just basically want her and her beautiful, strong muscles for intimidation purposes. Denati almost killed the dude, and then eventually she was brought to her senses by Faye, who was like, "Hey, maybe we shouldn't commit cold-blooded murder," to which Denati said, "You're right, we shouldn't. Let's not do that." So we didn't, and then we left him. But we also did leave him with the guy that he wanted to kill, passed out on the floor, ready to be killed. So I'm pretty sure that guy is dead, and if I wanted to stop cold-blooded murder, pretty sure Denati could have done a lot more to stop that, but didn't. So, oops. Anyway, rest in peace, that guy. That's one thing that didn't work out. So I went looking for some more shit, talked to some guards, found some more stuff. Found two things actually: some carabineer dudes and possibly a fighting pit. Fighting pit did actually exist. I talked to the carabineers and they were like, "Hey, we do have a job for protection and shit. Like, you join us with that and we'll pay you." And I was like, "Sweet, money." And then I also went to the fighting pit, which turned out to be interesting because there I met a relic from my past. I say relic because this guy is older than Denati, and anyone who is older is immediately ancient. A relic from my past. Nellens whatever Traven. Markuya?
Yeah.
I keep on wanting to call him Mercutio, and I'm like, no, that's not it. So that was a blast from the past that no one actually wanted in their lives. He was there with his stupid, pretentious fucking I'm fighting the 5 elemental dragons right on my chest tattoo. His big beefy muscles and his stupid goatee, beard, whatever. And Denati was like, oh my god, it's this guy! This motherfucker! Oh my god! And we see flashbacks of like all the time that this asshole like pushed her into lockers and stuff. But then like we see it from Craven's perspective and it's literally he's just bumping into this short ass person who he never sees because he's so tall!
Something like that, yeah.
Something like that, yes. And then they duke it out. And fucking Denati wipes the floor with this motherfucker. Oh god, it was so bad. He landed like one punch and then missed every single other punch. I think he made 2 punches. One of them was okay. The other one sucked. And they were so bad. It was so bad. Denati just basically took him by his stupid hair, shoved him onto the floor, and just said, I'm gonna mop this floor with your face, and proceeded to do just that. It was amazing.
Yeah, he got 2 hits in on you.
If I could be sexually attracted to my own characters, I would have been so turned on by Denati at that point. It was beautiful. I don't think I'd ever seen anything quite so amazing. Ira would have been proud.
He probably would have, yeah.
Yeah, he would have been cheering me on. Hell yeah.
Yeah, so I think like in terms of raw stat line, like power and his power versus your power and his brawling versus your brawling, I think you were roughly evenly matched, but you got like the first good punch in, and that gave him a wound penalty for the whole rest of the fight, and that just meant that like every test from there on out suffered greatly, and then that resulted in more wound penalties, and it just resulted in him going down.
The first punch that I landed was a fucking concussion on him, and he was gone.
But that's sort of the nature of this game. Like once you take a couple wounds, you're kind of fucked.
Yeah, I see that. Whereas in Distant Worlds, you could take a whole fucking bunch of damage, just don't hit 0.
Yeah.
Oh man, it was great. I must have had way more health than him.
Oh yeah. He had less health than you for sure.
Yeah, because the wounds that he was taking were like worse on him than they. Yeah, they were worse on him than they would have been on me.
Let's see. I think I've still got it marked. Yeah, so he has 2 B6 light wounds, 2 B4 superficial wounds, and 3 B3 superficial wounds. And you've already healed most of the damage you took.
I healed basically when I got home.
Yeah, you healed on the wall. You just walked it off.
Oh man.
Cool. So, tell us about Denati's beliefs.
My belief is I will go get some more food from the kitchen because I ate a bowl of soup and I'm still hungry.
That's fine.
Well,
like right now, or you're just gonna?
No, I'm just mentioning it. Like, oh man, I ate like right before this. I'm still hungry. Didn't work. Should have gotten more. I was a fool.
I had croissants.
I had croissants and my name is Willie. I'm so posh.
I don't deny it.
God damn it. I thought Lucy was our only edgelord, but here we go, another one.
Edgelord? No, not at all. So just posh people are just edgy now, right? Okay.
Yes. Who even is edgy nowadays? It's all just a bunch of posh fucking wannabe nobles or something. Down with the establishment.
Okay.
Fucking edgelords.
So yeah, beliefs and instincts.
Yep. All right, so my first belief actually was about Traven, but I kicked his ass, so I did that.
You finished that belief, so you've got space to write a new one now.
Yes, I changed it actually to kind of try to. I mean, Denati doesn't think she's a violent person, although some things have shown her to be very short-tempered. But she knows that she's going in to do some stuff now. Oh, shit. So I've changed it to be, I'm very proud of the way I'm very proud of the way I solved our previous confrontations with monsters. I left it pretty general. And I believe I can solve the problem of the hag peacefully. There we go.
Nice. Okay.
So
have you added that belief?
No, I was in the process because I forgot to do it last night, and I just passed out after the wedding, so I was done.
Fair enough.
It was a day full of preparation, and then you told me don't forget to look over your beliefs, and I was like, okay, neat. I immediately got back from the wedding, passed out.
Okay, so you want to try and phrase that again, or did you write it down, or? I'm
in the process of writing it down.
Okay.
Give me a second.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were just vocalizing a thought that you had, or whether you'd actually written something.
Okay. I will change monsters to spirits, because they weren't really monsters. They were mostly spirits.
Yeah, I mean...
Cause like the stuff with Odonata, and then confronting SerAaron and Ogre Shard,
it's semantics though. Like to you, they're spirits because you know better, but to most people, they'd still be monsters. Like SerAaron is definitely a monster to like
rude.
To anyone who just like saw her in the woods, like she would be a terrifying monster. So it depends on how Denati wants to phrase it. Like, does Denati still think of all spirits as monsters, or does she?
I think she's had a little bit of like of a revelation, like an epiphany, sort of. Whoops, I misspoke peacefully, horrendously. Okay, there we go. So it should show up now. I'm proud of the way I've handled confrontation with spirits in the past. I'm sure I can resolve the problem of the hag peacefully.
Excellent.
Okay, so this kind of like goes back to her journal, but there's a part in there where she's talking about SerAaron and Odonata. And how she was pretty much taken aback by like how human they were. Like they spoke to her and they had thoughts of their own, and they were at the very least courteous. Like it was kind of like, oh, I never knew, I kind of thought that they would all just be like obsessed with trying to get people to worship them or something.
Yeah.
And so since that, it's been like, oh, I guess they have feelings? Question mark?
Something like that, yeah. I think there's still a fundamental difference between mortals and gods and other spirits that lies in like the fact that spirits are made of essence entirely, and that affects them in certain ways. But yeah, they do still have like motivations and beliefs and instincts and stuff like that.
This isn't to say though that she also considers everything that she used to think was a monster as a spirit now, because River Dragon she still very much hates.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
I think that's the only belief that I've changed so far, because I think everything else I can still use, maybe. The sword one is kind of iffy.
Potentially, I think so. Remember that you can always like clear a belief for now and then put it back later if it's not relevant for the session.
Right.
And you can write a belief that's just like a goal to get Arthur. Like that one that I had.
This feels so
Two
cheaty.
sessions
I
ago.
know it's encouraged, but it feels so cheaty.
It feels like, I know it feels weird, but like this is how the game is designed. Like you're allowed to change your beliefs. You're allowed to just make them goals. Like what Faye did. You know, I will build a forge. She built a forge, and then she got Persona because that's the whole belief. Like,
I got a new belief now. I will convince Faye to stay home while I'm out adventuring.
Huh? Okay.
It's a long journey.
It is.
And she would probably be better off actually working on weaponry instead of following along.
Fair enough.
Okay. I'm gonna do that then. Yeah.
Yeah, and so you can, like I said before, you can like save your old beliefs just in a text file somewhere, or in your bio and info tab, and just reserve them until they're relevant again. So in general, you can change your beliefs. At the beginning and end of every session, but I'd also say like any time that there's like a portion of downtime in a session, I'd say you can also change your beliefs then as well, as long as you notify me.
Right.
So like circumstances can change, and like it's not like an instantaneous thing. Like if suddenly something happens and you're like, oh shit, this isn't gonna work with my belief, I need to change this now. That's too sudden. But if it's like, if you have a night to like mull it over and like sleep on it, then I'd say there's an option there to change your beliefs if you want to.
Okay.
In session. So yeah, I would say, like, bearing in mind that today's session will be more classic adventure style.
Yeah.
That maybe some of your beliefs and instincts could be more beneficial if they changed for this circumstance.
Well, I got 2 of them.
Fair enough. All right, so you've got so do you want to just read them all? It's always good to reaffirm your beliefs and instincts and traits.
All right, so new belief number 1. I am proud of the way I have handled confrontations with spirits in the past. I'm sure I can resolve the problem of the hag peacefully. Number 2, my mistakes were never meant to affect others close to me. I must protect them from my past by whatever means necessary. And number 3, the journey will be long and arduous. I will convince Faye to stay home while I am away. That'll be fun.
Cool.
Instincts. When I feel threatened, I draw my sword. If I'm talking to that hag peacefully, that's probably going to be an issue. After last night's fiasco, I will defer to Faye for moral guidance, which might be a little hard because she's not going to be with me. When surrounded by my peers, only speak when spoken to.
Mm-hmm.
And then cool. I have several character traits that will be read out eventually at some point.
Pardon?
Do I read all the traits again?
Yeah. I'd say, like, don't read the charm ones, but it's good to read the traits to, like, remember, because the traits and you, Arthur, if they get you into trouble, or if they complicate your life in some way, or if they take the story in a new, like, unforeseen direction, or stuff like that.
All right.
So if you want to earn Arthur for them, which you should always be trying to do, then remembering what your traits are, reaffirming that, can help you later on in the session, potentially.
All right, so
I just think it's a good habit to always read everything on the first page of your character sheet at the beginning of a session.
Right, okay, so we got Bad Egg, which is rude and racist, then Paranoid, Frustrated, Short, Skinny, Congenial, get out of here, Stocky, and then Iron Will, Sprinter, Fleet of Foot, Glib, and Found Egg.
Cool. And I've just realized I need to start screen sharing.
Yes, I was going to tell you eventually, but we weren't actually really doing anything yet.
Yeah. All right, there we go.
So I was like, it'll be fine.
Pardon me. So let's go back to the calendar quickly. So last session ended on like the evening of the 10th, I believe. So the caravan is leaving on the 12th.
Yes.
So we've got a day to do something else.
Right.
So it's up to you. Do you want to do something specific? I mean, presumably you'll have that conversation with Faye. But is there anything else specific you want to do, or will you just spend the whole day like training your troops or something? Like, can you think of anything special that you want to do? Or?
I can't think of anything special because we already know Rikisa's not here. I've gone already looking for a bunch of jobs, and there's no use going out to look for jobs, especially if I'm leaving for a week. Then I guess I'll just spend it training with the dudes.
Fair enough.
And then later that night, before he can say anything, I'll talk to Faye.
Yeah. All right. So there's So you did one day of training in the past, or earlier in the week as well, right?
Yes.
So, because you're still learning the instruction skill.
Yes.
So it's up to you basically. You can you can roll again now, and potentially have the same mishap that you had last time, where you taught them badly and they got a +1 obstacle. But that will give you a test, an aptitude test for instruction. Or you can make it more passive and just say that you spend the day training, and then after a month of training, you'll be able to mark a single test.
Wow. I'll take the test. Fine.
All right. So actually, let me just double check that. Spokes. Advancing abilities, learning new skills.
Well, you gotta come up with a name besides the word Burning Wheel plus Exalted.
But that's what it is.
Why can't you just call it something cool like the Exalted Wheel?
I don't know. The Exalted Wheel, the Burning Axle. Yeah, I don't know.
Just call it the Exalts on Fire. You can put it in that song. Exalts on Fire.
Instruction time. I know, but that's learning training skills. Currently my learner training skill. Can only be earned via practice or instruction. You can't use beginner's luck to learn a training skill. Okay, so yeah, so I think you can do this. So roll me let me think.
Your mom.
Let's say ob 2 instruction. And if you succeed, then the men will get a routine sword test. And if you fail, then they'll get a +1 ob to their next sword test.
Oh. Alright, so I just roll the instruction skill?
Yeah.
I can't fork anything because I'm learning it.
Yeah. And so put ob 2, but it'll double to 4.
Yeah. Can I spend Artha to make my 6s open-ended?
You do that after.
Oh, okay.
If you have 6s, you can spend Fate, or you can spend Persona to get an extra die.
I'll fucking wait, see if I got any 6s. Because I'm sick of Jesus, I know I'm not going to church today, but listen, I got Burning Wheel, you know it's important.
No 6s.
Shit.
All right, well, mark an aptitude test for instruction. And what else? Oh, actually, your will increased, so your aptitude will go up for both of these. So you're actually closer.
I'm confused.
To learning instruction. Your will went up to 5. Remember?
Yes.
So you get an automatic test in everything that you were learning because your aptitude went down.
I have no clue what you're saying to me.
I just did it for you. So the 5, like in intimidation, you've got 5 tests already from your will.
Right.
And there's 5 remaining. That's what the 5 in the circle means.
Ah, okay.
So when the black bar of dots fills completely, then you learn the skill.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
So if it went up, do I add it to the... Because I had a test, right, that I did for intimidation, and it worked?
Yeah, that opened the skill. Or that opened the being learned thing. That was like... when you start a new being learned thing, like the first 5 aptitude tests or whatever, that's what you get for beginning to learn it, and then all of the preceding ones are just 1 dot.
Okay. All right. So this is just the first dot that I've put on instruction.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Okay. Ready.
Cool. Okay. So yeah, the men do their best, but they're still.
Just
You spend the
something's
whole
just
day
not
training.
clicking.
Yeah, they're still like tripping up on these like mistakes that you could have sworn you hammered out last time, but they didn't learn properly. Okay. So I think, yeah, you spend the whole day training with them, and then sort of night rolls in. And you wanted to speak with Faye, right?
Yes.
So I think up until this point, Faye has just assumed that she's coming with you tomorrow.
Oh, poor darling. That's not going to happen.
Like, she was training with you this afternoon and stuff.
Denati's just assuming that she's training because she's a fighter. Sweetheart, you can't come here. I'm sorry. All right, so I catch her outside.
Huh?
Memes. Anyway.
Okay.
So she's probably, I don't know, like maybe checking on the forge and Jody one last time before she heads to bed or something. And I find her out there where no one else can hear this conversation, in which she will probably yell at me.
All right. Yeah, I think she's like I said, just tending the forge. Like, I think like Jyoti more or less like just stays in the forge now and like keeps it lit with like a tiny flame at all times, and then it can grow to a much larger flame when it needs to.
Okay. Nice. Oh. God, what am I looking at? Okay. So I, wave over. I don't know, probably took the dynastic equivalent of a shower. I don't know if they have showers or baths, if they just like soak.
Huh?
Do people in the Blessed Isle take showers, or do they bathe in baths?
I imagine that there's like, for most of the peasantry, it's like, yeah, for the peasantry, it's like wash yourself in the river.
Right. Which sucks.
For commoners and like patricians and like people with a bit more money, there's like public bathhouses and stuff. And then it's really only like the very rich patricians or the dynasts who own their own bathhouses or have like baths in their homes. Like Roman style, like bathing is almost a public like social event.
Right. All right. Well, I've taken like, I don't know, a fucking bath or whatever, so I'm still all steamy and awesome. And I go out there and I say, oh shit, would Denati assume that she knows that she's staying, or would she think that Faith thinks that she's coming? Oh, jeez. Now I gotta consider this. Oh, crap. Alright, well, would Faye have made any mentions to, like, oh, hey, can't wait to go on that mission tomorrow?
I don't think like I don't think it's been that explicit, like but I think there's been like a general assumption in like her mannerisms and so on that sort of maybe suggests to you that I think like I said before, she's assuming that she's coming, and it's up
like
to you whether you pick up on that or not.
It was like a slow suspicion in the morning that only grew as the day passed, and by night, Denati's convinced this chica thinks she's gonna come with me. Okay. All right. All right. So I'm out there. It's time to do some words. Denati just goes for it. She says, "Yeah, I don't want you to get your hopes up. You're not coming on the mission tomorrow."
Wow. Okay. She. I think you take her by surprise, almost like because you said you kind of just came up to her. She's in her forge. Maybe she didn't even realize you were there, and then like, so you make her startle.
I'm like a ninja.
And then the like what you said hits her as well, and she like leans. Yeah, turns to face you and like leans against a table, and I think she just says, "Oh, what do you mean?"
Exactly what I said. You're going to stay here while I take the 4 remaining members and carry out the mission.
But don't you need as many as you can? I can be helpful.
You can also be helpful.
You saw me the other night. I was helpful, right?
You were helpful, and that was within the city, in the confines of the city, where we were not more than a couple hours from our headquarters, as it were. You're going to be gone for a very long time, at the very least a week. I need you to stay here.
But Denati, I can help you.
You can help me just as well here. The forge is complete, and if nothing else, we need better weaponry. You've seen what the rest of the men are carrying.
But you said something about a monster, and you know I have some experience with this stuff, more than probably some of your men do. And I think she's like, she doesn't say it, but she like gestures like, you know, come on, look at me, I'm a fucking god blood. Do you think I'm not capable? I can handle myself.
I know you're a very capable woman, and you've shown that. But I am also dead certain that while we are gone, someone's going to try and come back, at the very least for Fasco. And they won't take a second look at a mortal, but they'll hesitate at you. I need someone to stay here. Someone besides Tygus and Amon. You know they're not trained fighters.
All right. So there's definitely a test here, but I'm trying to think what it would be. Particularly since this directly conflicts with two of Faye's beliefs. Because her first belief is, I won't fail Denati, I've earned her loyalty and now I must keep it. I will competently complete any task she sets me to. But her third belief is, I will prove that Godbloods are just as capable as Dragonbloods. And I think she sees this monster hunting or whatever it is that's going on down in the coast as like an opportunity to do that.
Right.
So, yeah, I think you're gonna have to persuade her.
Heck.
Do you have persuade?
No. Why are all of these fucking, like, goddamn tests here? Why do I need to learn persuade?
So that you can persuade people?
I'm persuasive. I have words. That should be all I need. Dang it. Okay.
Let me think. So, let me just reread Beginner's Luck for a second, because I think we've been doing it wrong.
So terrible, it'll be worse for me.
Every skill has a stat or combination of stats on which it's based. This is called the root. Skills are listed with their roots in the character burner. When a character doesn't have the appropriate skill, he may test his beginner's luck at double the obstacle penalty. Beginner's luck dice are equal to the root stat of the skill, not half the stat, the full dice. For skills with two roots, choose which stat to take the test on. Take note that the first test towards learning a skill listed as sorceress must come from instructor. Okay, no, that's different. Then, yeah, okay, no, we have been doing this correctly. I heard Andrew say something in one of the Burning Wheel games on the Roll20 YouTube channel. I heard him say something that like made me think that we were doing this wrong, but I think we're doing it right. Okay, so yeah,
different than how he does it.
Yeah, no, it sounds about right. Well, there was something about like half, like you only take the obstacle from like half or something, but that doesn't seem to be there. Anyway, so yeah, so you don't have persuade, so you can either, well, you can decide after the result whether you want to open persuade or take the will test.
You know I love me some will.
And I think she... I don't think she's like trying to persuade you one way or the other. I don't think this is a versus test. I think if you tell her to do something and convince her that it's worthwhile, then she'll do it. So it'll be versus her will as the obstacle, but doubled.
Okay.
If you succeed, she'll stay home. She'll forge weapons. She'll protect or try to protect the tavern from anything that happens while you're away.
Right.
If you fail,
So I probably will.
I think yeah, I think if you fail, she's going to like she's gonna come anyway, like whether you like it or not. And so you can either then like actively take her with you, or she'll follow you. Actually, no. I think that's too extreme, especially since it's just. I think if you fail, well, okay. Actually, it's up to you. What do you think would be best, so if you fail?
I mean, I feel like if I failed, then she would definitely try to follow me. I don't know whether or not she could do it.
Well, or either that, or we could make it a versus persuade test, and then she's trying to persuade you to let her come.
Oh, that's gonna end up bad for her.
Well, so since you're both untrained, it'll just be a versus will test.
Oh, okay. Let's fucking do that.
Okay, all right. So let me.
I'm strong-willed. I'll do it.
So she.
None of us win. We both fail.
Well, so it won't double the obstacle, because otherwise, yeah, neither of you would. Well, actually no. It'll just be the most successes wins. Right? There isn't an obstacle in a versus test. Yeah, I think she says something like, "Listen, Denati, I can help you. You said it was down on the coast, right? Some hag in a cave near a village, right?"
I don't say anything. She can
Right.
fucking grab whatever information she wants.
Well, I used to be a miner. I practically grew up in caves. I can help you out. And, I grew up around villages, probably a lot like that one. I might be able to talk to the people there, get some useful information. I can be a real aid to you, Denati.
Can I counter
rebuttal, that? Or shall we? Well, okay. We can just roll, or you can say something to add.
I want to say one final thing. I'm glad that you think you are an asset to this company, because you are. But what I need from you at this point is you to listen. I cannot have people in my company who would disobey, or who think that, maybe I know better than everyone else. If there's a reason I'm asking you to stay, then I need you to trust that the reason is valid.
Okay. Should we roll, and then determine what happens after the roll will determine how she responds, probably.
Okay. So what am I doing?
So this is just versus will test. So roll your will. I
don't think I can fork anything in that, can I?
You can't fork anything. But I'll give you a +1 for role playing if you give me a +1 for role playing.
All right, let's do it. We both get our +1s.
Are you spending Arthur?
What is the persona thing do again?
Persona gives you +1 dice. So you just put 1 if you want.
If I have sixes, I'll spend some fate and open ending.
I think she might as well spend Persona because this might be the last time she's seen in this episode. So.
Oh no!
All right. Oof, wow, you have to beat 4 successes.
Oh god. Okay.
Or equal or beat, I guess.
I got a 6 though.
6. She has 6 sixes, but she's not going to spend fate.
Holy shit! Okay, 1. Here we go. Fuck! Alright. Do I just put that fate in the fate bubble for Will?
Yeah. So add the and then remove it from the
piss.
Yeah.
Alright, fine.
Alright, so I think she How did she respond?
I don't know. I thought I had a solid good argument.
Yeah, but the dice determine the result.
Damn dice.
So yeah, I think her demeanor changes slightly. She like stands up straight. Maybe narrows her eyes slightly and says, Denati, if there is a monster out there, some hag or whatever those peasants think it is, then you're gonna need every hand you can get. I know you're strong. You've proven that already to me. But there's a lot of unknowns about this task. All we really know is it's a hag in a cave. That could mean anything. I'm a godblood, so I have some natural intuition for some of this stuff, and I think that will aid you right now, or over the next week or so, more than some extra weapons will. I can make weapons anytime, but if you need my guidance or my expertise in the moment, and I'm not there, you'll be kicking yourself. So please, let me come.
Just like a really long moment where Denati just regards this woman. On one hand, she might very well need the expertise. On the other hand, this person is part of her company and she basically just said no to her face.
So, like, did we actually talk about what happens if you, or yeah, I guess we didn't actually talk about what happens if she succeeds. So this was a persuasion test. So she has persuaded you.
No, yeah, Denati's gonna agree, but there's like,
yeah,
she doesn't have to agree happily.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, so you can either mark So that was you had to beat 4 successes with 5 dice. So that was a challenging. You can either mark a challenging will test or you can open persuasion.
Oh fuck. I mean, how often do challenging will tests come along, though?
Well, when you're constantly, quite frequently testing new skills that are based in social, which you've done a lot in the last few sessions, they're actually surprisingly common because the obstacles are always getting doubled.
I'll open persuasion.
Under normal circumstances, if you already had a lot of social skills, then challenging will tests would be much less common.
Okay, so I have 5 tests read.
Persuasion as well.
Okay, so 5 tests done.
Yeah, so it just opens with 5 tests already done. Okay. That's it.
So there's a moment where Denati's just like, you know, like she respects this woman, but on the other hand, this bitch. But finally, she says, I don't know, she just says something like, fine, but I expect you to get up as early as everyone else, and there will be no slacking on the job. If I see you for one moment with your head out of the game, sending you home. I don't care how far you have to walk.
She smiles and nods, says, "Yes, ma'am," and she like, I think she does like some salute, like whatever the like Imperial Army salute is. But like, but she does it with the wrong hand or something. Like,
Denati's trying to hold back a smile, turns around to, you know, to leave and go back to bed, and just calls over her shoulder, "That's the wrong hand."
Cool.
I'm gone. Goodbye.
Okay, so,
I mean, like, what do like, if this were an audience, what does the audience see when I just say, when Denati says that that's the wrong hand?
Yeah, I think she's like the sort of last scene of that, or last shot of that scene would be like maybe the like it's framed from Denati like walking towards the
camera, over the shoulder,
camera,
right?
Over the shoulder, and then like as soon as you say that, like face like just goes red or something, and she's like left standing there like a little dumbfounded.
It's the wrong fucking hand. Oh my gosh, shit.
All right. So, the next morning, you gather your party before venturing forth, and you, you sort of stockpile the things that you need. You sort of say your round of goodbyes to Amon and Fasco and Tigus.
Mm-hmm.
And I lost my trail of thought. Yeah, I think that you like gather your stuff like at the crack of dawn, and you like get everyone up, and you like make sure they're all like got their arms and armor and whatever else, and Yeah, Faye is like up bright and early, and like rearing to go, and yeah. So unless there's anything else you want to do, I'd say you go and meet the Caravaneers.
Yes.
Cool. Yeah, so you go to the Caravaneers, who are, as we mentioned last session, making a delivery to the enduring breath of Hesiesh. And they need some protection during the more mountainous part of the journey. So the way that like travel works in Burning Wheel, let's go to the calendar. We made this estimate, which is the green bar, of like how long it would take under like perfect conditions.
Right.
And so, or not perfect, but good conditions. And then basically in Burning Wheel, we basically just make a speed test, and if you meet the obstacle, then you get there in the time we estimated. If you exceed the obstacle, you go faster, and if you like you go faster by the amount of days that you're like expected to go or whatever. So I'm going to say this speed test is OB3, because you're traveling with Caravaneers. It's like quite a big party. And yeah, if you get more than 3 successes, each success above will reduce the travel time by 1 day, and each success that you don't meet it by, if you get 2, say, instead of 3, then you'll gain a day.
All right. Okay. I'm ready.
Okay, so make an OB3 speed test.
Okay. Where is my speed?
It's a stat.
Oh, right. Look, there's. Okay. Do I get any modifiers potentially?
So you can't fork stats, and I don't. There's really anyone who can help you per se. Like you're making the roll for the whole group.
All right. Wow. Jeez. Thanks, guys. All right. I'm gonna spend a persona to give me an extra dice. Yeah.
All right.
All right. And then base obstacle 3.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck my life.
No 6s. All right. Well, mark that persona. Yeah. So you lose 2 days.
Heck.
So you come to it'll be the 19th before you're heading back, or heading to the coastal town now.
All right.
So what does that look like? Why do you lose 2 days? What do you think it is that holds you up?
We got hit with a pretty bad storm that got trapped up on the eastern side of the mountains. And we saw it just kind of like hovering there, but there really wasn't anything that we could do about it. But it basically turned the uphill roads into slush. And with wagons and horses, it was just incredibly dangerous, and our speed dropped to like nothing.
Yeah. Okay, cool. And then I think at various points along that same mountain trail, you get attacked by a variety of like wolves and maybe like
a bandit who doesn't know what's good for him.
A what?
A bandits who don't know what's good for them.
I don't think there's many bandits in the Scarlet Prefecture. Right. I was gonna say.
Okay, I'll find it.
Let me find it. There's a.
Type of dire wolf and it eats people's eyeballs.
there's a breed of. There it is. I'm gonna bring this up on stream. So I think there's like a giant. Giant sloth, like prehistoric sloth creature. That's also like a panda bear.
Okay.
This thing, it's on the stream right now.
What the heck is that?
It's a panda sloth thing.
What the fuck is this? The Last Airbender?
Creation's full of very strange creatures. And I think this thing, one of these things, attacks you. Like maybe the storm like drives you into a shelter where like this thing is protecting its young or something.
Oh, crap.
And so roll me an ob 3 sword test to protect yourself as well.
Okay.
And if you succeed, then you protect the caravan and everyone there. If you fail, I think the men will pay you like one less die.
All right.
Like that they'll pay you less because you gave shitty protection.
Rude. All right. So, sword. Can I fork in stealthy? Being sneaky, like coming around the back, maybe chopping at its legs.
We could make it a linked test.
All right.
So you could, yeah. I mean, so it's up to you. We can either just do the roll and move on, or we can go into the scene a bit more.
Well, let's see. I mean, the first thing that I'd want to do in something like that is use me and the men to at least draw it from the caravan. So that way it's not like right in the goddamn middle or whatever. So it's like we surround it and maybe heckle it back a few feet while they
scarper.
Yeah, pretty much. They move out of the way. They push the wagon somewhere. They block up the small cave that they're trying to come into with the wagon and huddle underneath.
And
then while the men are like heckling it from the front, I'm trying to circle around the back so I can get a good slash at it with my fucking amazing blade.
Okay, all right. In that case, I think what I'll say is you can make it. Let's make this a linked test with command.
Okay.
So your first step is to command your men to like do the thing that you want them to do, and then you'll make a sword test, and you can yeah, and you can fork stealthy into one of the two, I'd say.
All right.
Or yeah, no, it'd be in the sword test that you'd fork it in, not command. Okay, so make make an ob2 command test first, and
right.
you can, if you want, take a +2 from your reputation and affiliation.
Nice. All right. Question that I totally forgot about. Do I mark a difficult speed test?
Yeah. Mark the test from speed.
Okay.
Yeah.
I wasn't sure if you could actually upgrade speed because it's like how fast you go.
No, you can. So speed is it's slightly badly named stat, I think, because it reflects like, or it doesn't. Yeah, it's kind of like how fast you go, but it's also like your agility and your or not agility, like acrobatics and like athletics and other things like that. 'Cause like it's the route for climbing and swimming and dancing and stuff.
Okay, nice. What's the ob for the command?
So ob2 command test, and you can take a +1 from your reputation and a +1 from your affiliation if you want.
Awesome! Nice. I did it! Oh my god, I have 3 6s!
Wow. Okay, so you can take those if you want. So you could spend fate if you want. Basically, the way that link tests work is if you meet the ob, then then nothing happens. You just do the next test with no problem, or like no benefit and no penalty. If you exceed the ob, then you'll get +1. I think if you exceed the ob by like 4 or 5, then you'll get +2.
Oh jeez, I think I'll just keep my fate.
Yeah, so it's up to you. All right, so if you're not spending fate, then yeah, you can also roll sword. Okay, and do you want to kill this thing or just scare it off?
I want to scare it off. I don't want to kill it. It's like, I mean, if we kill it, its corpse might draw bigger, badder things. Okay, so I can fork in sneaky and then get +1 from the command.
Yeah.
Oh my god, modifier is 2, not 20. Okay, not spending any Artha yet.
And base ob 3, but then +1 for the bad weather conditions.
Okay.
So ob 4.
Can I get help from my dudes because they're helping me?
I'd say that was covered by the link test.
Heck.
Like they're not actually fighting it; they're like distracting it and like keeping the men safe. And then you're the one that's actually like about to strike it in the back with your giant sword or whatever you're doing.
All right. Okay. So ob 4. Oh fuck me. Oh yeah, I did it.
Nice.
And with 2 6s.
2 6s as well. Okay, so what's the add on your sword? Add is 2. So yeah, so that's a incidental. Was it a swing or a thrust?
Probably a swing.
Yeah, so you did a B4 to it. And yeah, you like cleave a good, like gouge out a part of its back.
Ow.
But it's got quite tough skin. It's like you cut deep, but it doesn't. Yeah, like blood spills, and I think that's enough to like scare it off.
With its babies.
Yeah, if you'll let it run away.
I will let it run away. It's like, go away, shoot.
Cool. All right, so you succeed. You don't lose money from failing to protect the men.
Awesome.
So yeah, I think we will skip to. So yeah, you make your way up the mountainside. At some point, you reach Hesiesh, make the delivery, and then head back down.
Right.
And
the thing is waiting for us because we didn't finish it off.
No. Yeah, and I think you sort of say like, we're gonna part ways here now. And they sort of reckon they can make it back on their own without too much trouble. You didn't have any trouble on the like grassy roads on the way here. It's really only in the mountain range where it was difficult. That's mainly what they hired you for. So yeah, I think they give you some cash.
Nice.
So add two a 2D cash dice for the caravan.
Where do I put that?
Cash below resources.
Ah. 2D for caravan. That's not how you fill a caravan. Awesome.
Cool. Yeah, so cash dice, as I mentioned before, they expire as soon as you choose to use them. It's like an optional +1, but then it's gone once you've used it.
Right. So with the 2D for the caravan, can I just use one of them? Or do I have to use both? Because I'm assuming if they pay me in money, I can just split the money.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think. All right, put 2x1d instead. Because yeah, you're right. It should be splittable. There are occasions where, like, if you dig up like an ancient relic, then that is it. You can only sell it as a whole, and so then it's worth like a specific amount of cash dice, and you can't split that. But in this case, like they hand you like a bag, or probably like, because like they use paper money here, so they probably don't have like bags of gold like they do in like standard fantasy. I think it's like a book of cards. With this paper currency in it, like yeah, it's like a little fold of leather with yeah, like a few dozen koku and whatever else in.
All right.
Yeah, and they thank you for your service, and like they sort of mention that they'll keep you in mind if they have a similar job or something like that in the future, stuff like that. General networking bullshit.
I hand them my business card.
Yeah, you're like, you tell them where your tavern is. You're like, talk to Tigers.
Yep.
Cool. All right, so now we need to get to the village, and this is going to be another speed test.
No, stop that.
But this one will be easier because you're just traveling on land now, or grassland roads and stuff.
And I can't fork stuff in for stat tests, right?
No.
Shit.
So I think this is just an OB1 speed test because you're traveling as your group now, and this is really just like do you still get there on the 24th, or do you manage to gain time due to being on your own, or like what? So just an odd one speed test.
All right. So can I also fork in the 2 for my just whatever associations?
You can't fork.
Or not fork? Can it the modifiers?
I'd say in this case no.
Heck. All right. What's the up again?
Just odd one.
Odd one. Okay. Ooh. Can I re-roll those 6s to get more speed?
Yeah, you can if you want.
Awesome.
Yeah, each success above the odd will shave a day off. So
Nice.
Nice. Okay, so you shave 2 days. You managed to make the time back, and you arrive on the.
All right. So
on the evening of the 22nd. There's like a half moon in the sky. Actually, there's a half moon in the sky, like just beginning to rise. It's like coming to early evening. The sun is setting behind the Imperial Mountain. You're heading. So this is this X that I've marked on the map. This little blue X is where the town is.
Okay.
The town is called Ur-Menzhao.
All right.
I can put that in chat if you want. And yeah, like there's initially this like beautiful, serene, like summer evening aesthetic as you're approaching, like down this little like there's like a little coastal path or something that's leading this way, and then when you're within 2 or 3 kilometers of your destination, you like it suddenly becomes very overcast, and there's initially like drizzle starts settling in, and then like slightly heavier rain, and yeah, I think like you can still just about make out like the half moon from behind the clouds, and then once you're like properly reaching the town, this like stormy weather has just completely completely taken over.
Holy shit.
And yeah, it's like this dreary looking, like very brown, kind of sad, like soggy coastal town, or a small village even. It's like
For a minute, I sincerely regret not being a water aspect.
I think it's like maybe 10 houses plus a well, plus like it's on the coast, so it's like there's also a like a little shoot, what are they called? Like a small pier. It's got like a name, hasn't it?
A dock?
It's not a full dock. It's like a jetty. That's it.
Okay.
I think that's what they're called. Is it? Yeah, a jetty. A jetty. Yeah, so it's got like this singular jetty, and there's like 2 or 3 small like sailing boats that are like rocking around on the turbulent waters. At this point, it's like kind of like dinner time, like sort of 8 or like like 7 or 8 o'clock, and it's pretty much pitch black now. Like darker than you would expect for this time of the year, in addition to the rain and thunder, which is also unusual for this time of year.
Okay.
I don't think this town even has like a tavern. Like, it's so secluded.
All right.
But you can see, like, just through the murk, like up on the cliff side, there's like what you think is a lighthouse, like some kind of tower, but it's light. If it is a lighthouse, then its light isn't lit.
Right.
And I think there's only like one or two of the buildings have lights on in them, and that's about it. And you and your men are like drenched at this point.
Awesome. All right. Well, and no fucking tavern, nothing. There's just like two lights on in some of the houses.
Yeah.
All right.
And I think they're like thatched, like small shacks, like the kind of thing you see down in the corner here of this picture.
Incredible. Of the two houses, which one is bigger?
One of them is bigger. Yeah, you.
All right, I will go to the bigger one.
one or the small, the bigger one. Okay.
I will go to the bigger one, and I will knock on their door.
Are you like? Are all your men like right next to you, or are they like on the road, or?
I mean,
like do you come up to this house with a posse, or are they standing like away?
They're standing like a little way. I'm the one heading to the door, but I'll take Faye with me, and the four men are just sort of like two lines of two people. A little ways back, so like they can be seen from the door, but they're not like crowded around me like, hey, we're gonna bust in your door.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so you knock on the door, and there's initially no response, but you can hear like something inside.
I will give it a few seconds and then knock again.
All right. I think another, like a little bit longer than you would expect, because there's definitely someone inside, and a little bit longer than is like socially acceptable or whatever. Eventually there's like, you hear the latch on the door.
I don't mind the rain. I'm fine. Remember, we walked through the Tianshu forest with fucking start thundering.
I'm building the scene. And this like grimy, kind of sad, older looking man, like kind of balding, like unkempt-ish hair, missing teeth, like a sort of saggy mustache, opens the door and just scowls at you.
It's a soggy peasant. I don't say that to him. I'm just remarking it's a soggy peasant.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, that'd be so horrible if I just called him a soggy peasant to his face.
You could. You're dragon blood.
I mean, I could, but that would be rude. My adopted mother raised me right. Nanny. Not really a mom. Oh god, that's just sad. So after he opens up, I introduced myself as Denati. I had heard that they were having issues with a hag of some sort on the coast. And we're wondering if we could use his place to potentially stay for the night, as they have no inn. And I promised to compensate him for his troubles.
Uh, you phrased that in a very strange way because you almost said it in character, but then you were talking in third person. um, I think he. When you say Nelm's Denati, he straightens up a bit, and yeah, he looks like he stops scowling at you. He looks at you, still hasn't said anything. Looks behind you at your men, like you can see him do like a quick head count, and then I think he like lets out an involuntary sigh and then just opens the door. He can't deny you.
No, he can't. But it would be really funny to see him try. All right, awesome. I gesture the men in. Let's go, guys. I don't say let's go, but I just make the hand sign. Come on, forward.
And they like trod their way in and like stamp like mud and water onto the floorboards and like drip everywhere and like the man sits down at a table and like gestures to you. Presumably you spoke to him in low realm, not high realm.
Yes, I spoke to him in the language that he can actually understand.
And I think there's like a little girl at the table near him, and they're just eating soup or something, or some kind of stew.
Awesome. I don't remember if we had rations left or if we hunted on the way here.
I'm gonna assume you like that's sorted. Like right. that's still covered in your like the speed test is like travel in general as well, so it's also accounting for like hunting and like getting food and stuff.
But we're probably good on rations then.
Yeah, you're good on rations, but you could, if you wanted to, like have the guy serve you some of his stew.
Absolutely not. That would be terrible. Also, his stew probably tastes like shit.
I think that the house is like kind of creaky. It's mostly wood with like thatching and maybe a couple of like flagstones in the corner to like give some extra stability, but the whole house is like creaking in the wind. And there's like an upper section to the house, like not a full second floor, but like an overhang where there's like a bed and you can hear someone sleeping.
Awesome. All right, we're just gonna bunk down on the floor. I'm not taking his bed. That would be rude. Also, I don't need his bed. I've slept on the cold forest ground. I'm fine.
Yes. Do you say anything else to him, or do you just take over his house?
I mean, I thank him for his troubles, and then say we'll bed down here, and we appreciate his hospitality. And then, I don't know, I hand him however many koku would be appropriate.
Yeah.
I probably pay him for, like, I guess what would be the equivalent of maybe, like, a room stay somewhere, but it's, like, more than he's probably ever seen, and I'm just like, yeah, I don't care, just have it.
No, I think you raise a good point, because Denati isn't money savvy.
No, he's not. Well, he did have that one moment where he took away, like, 10 obols or something from that hooker that Elwyn had just handed her, and she was like, "Here, have
Yes.
this."
So I think obviously you're not going to hand him real jade, but
No.
like what Denati considers would be an appropriate amount for an instay, maybe different from what this guy thinks is appropriate. So I would say make an OB1 resources test.
Oh fuck. I only have one die.
Yeah, I know. So if you fail this, you'll be temporarily taxed.
Oh shit.
But you can fork your cash if you want.
I don't know if I should waste a
But
cash die for fucking tipping this dude. Should I spend Persona on this? Is it worth it? Alright, fine, I'll fork in a cash.
It's up to you. Okay, so which cash die do you force? Do you fork?
One of the ones I just made, I guess.
Yeah, okay.
So it'd just be one left.
So yeah, so it's a B1 or it's an OB1 resources test, and then you get +1 and then remove. Yeah.
Oh, if it would pop up for me, that would be great. +1, not +10, +1. It keeps on doing that. Like I'll try to type in a number after selecting all of it, and it puts the number in front of the 0.
Yeah, I know that.
Oh,
nice.
Holy shit! I did it.
Okay, so you lose the cash die. Yeah, so you like you open up the book of Koku that you got handed the other day.
It's like the thing is that I don't have smaller things than this. I literally don't.
Yeah,
it's like you open up, you try to tip a waiter with like I don't know something appropriate, but all you have in your wallet are like 50s.
Yeah. So you look at this book of cash, and you look at him, and he's just got this like dull expression on his face. And then you look at it like, actually no, you succeeded. So you hand him like roughly the right amount of money.
Wow, I kind of want to start. I kind of wanted to surprise him.
Yeah.
Which is still probably more than he's seen in a day.
Yeah, like this is. I mean, this is so remote. Like even though it's in the Scarlet Prefecture, it's probably one of the more remote parts of the Scarlet Prefecture. That like these you know, maybe there's like 20 or 30 people that live here. They don't have a shop. They don't have money. Like they trade in favors and resources and stuff like that. So the few times that they do deal in money, it's like with traders from abroad or from other parts of the prefecture and stuff. So you hand him this money, and yeah, it takes him a while to like, or he takes it, and then he's like looking at it for a while and like trying to count it. And then once he's counted it, his eyes widen a bit, and then he like very graciously like nods. Actually, no, I think he like mutters something to the child, and like pats her on the back, and then they both prostrate themselves in front of you.
Oh, all right.
and he says, like, whilst bowing, thank you very much, Lady Nellens. You are most gracious.
I let that go for a second, and then I say, it is I who must thank you for your hospitality. You may get up. If you were headed to bed soon, you may do that. I promise that we will not take up much of your time in the morning, and we will be fine down here.
Yeah, I think he like pats the girl again, and she like runs upstairs and goes to the bed to presumably like join her mother or whatever. the guy like remains kneeling on the floor in front of you, but like stops being in the child pose, and says, actually, no, I don't think he says anything. It's not his place to ask you why you're here.
I did tell him I had said I'd heard that the village had been having trouble with like a hag in the cave or whatever.
Did you say that?
Yeah, when I knocked on the door, I introduced
Oh,
myself
okay.
and
I
the
think I
dudes.
missed that. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I think he says something like, yeah, I think he thanks you again, and then he kind of like closes with just, it is very dangerous up there. Our family wishes you the best of luck. May the dragons be with you.
Oh god, the temptation is so strong to just reply and with you. But this isn't Catholicism. I will fucking I guess I can't really gesture because he's kneeling and he's probably not looking at me, but I will invite him back to sit and say, if you have any information you can give us about these troubles you've had, I would most appreciate it. Any information would be useful. I do invite him back to sit in his own fucking chair.
Yeah, I think he does go back to sit. Do you stay standing or do you sit as well?
I'll sit in the chair that the kid was in.
Okay.
I really hope it's not one of those like kiddie chairs because that would be really hilarious.
No, it's like a normal chair. Like the kid was sort of, young teenager, like just a kid, basically,
Okay.
like 10 to 14 or something.
All right.
Yeah, I think he's he's like sitting in a slightly strange way. Like he goes back to sit, but he's like stooping, and he's I think maybe you don't realize immediately, but after like throughout the course of the conversation, you realize that like he's trying to be lower than you physically.
That's gonna be really hard,
which
man.
is
I'm
tough
so
because
short.
you're short. And yeah, he says, our village is plagued with this omen. This storm, it is unnatural. The village elder said we had angered the gods that watch over our village, and a monk came 2 days past and went up to look, but he has not returned. There was another too, a man who lived up in the lighthouse. We know little of him. We are suspicious of him, but we have not seen him since this omen has befallen our village either. This is all I know.
All right. So the omen is the storm. They had the monk go up, but he hasn't been seen. The village elder says they've angered the gods. And who was the second person that they haven't seen?
There was someone who lived in the lighthouse who they were suspicious of.
Right, okay. Suspicious man. Lighthouse. Denati is writing all of this down.
Yes.
As he says it. Don't ask her how exactly her book is still dry.
Yeah.
She probably wrapped it in oilcloth.
Yeah, something like that. Having actually, well, actually no, I'm not going to be a dick.
How dare you?
Well, so technically you need writing tools, like, to use the right skill.
All right, listen here, you.
Which
How
costs resources.
The worst.
Like, Tygus has writing tools, and I guess he would let you use them. Yeah, it's not crucial to the story.
Yes, so I don't need to test for it. Damn straight. Jeez, trying to test me on my writing.
No. I wasn't going to test you. I was thinking you can't write because you don't have the tools, but I don't care.
Okay. I will ask the man how long this storm has been going on. If he says it's a moment.
Yeah, I think he. Let me check the date. So you were told about this stuff on the, like, basically 2 weeks ago now.
Yep.
So I think he shrugs and says something like, since the moon was last since the moon did last not show her face.
Okay.
Which basically just means beginning of the month.
Okay. Jesus, that's a long time.
Well, because the sailors told you about it, remember? They said there was some... And I think they, like, sailed past it and saw this, like, dark cloud. And, like, maybe asked around to find out these rumors about the hag, but, like, they're very much rumors.
I'll ask him if that's the same amount of time that they haven't seen the lighthouse guy.
I think he says... That one... that one has not been well observed, but I believe, or not I believe, the last I heard he had gone to speak with the gods alone sometime before. We think that he has brought this omen.
What's this lighthouse dude's name? If I don't call him Lighthouse Dude, I say something appropriate like, what is the name of the man in charge of the lighthouse?
I do not know. I never asked. He was not from here. We do not trust him.
Okay, so an outsider. Cool.
He
Right.
came here after the calibration of this year.
Oh, interesting.
And he occasionally comes to the town to buy fish and other foods, but spends most of his time in the lighthouse. It has not been lit since before the omens began, so one can only assume he hasn't returned. Or perhaps he just left.
Has anyone
I do
attempted
not
to
know.
light the lighthouse in his absence?
Pardon my my he like mumbles and then he's like, we are afraid. We do not go there.
Okay. Yes. Then I guess I will ask him where I can find the village elder. What house is he in?
She
Oh, she.
is
Okay.
and he like tells you which house it is. Like it's more like it's further up the town, like it's further away from the coast, like the house that's like furthest away from the coast, basically.
Cool. All right.
I fear that I fear that I have already said too much. I do not wish to anger the gods further. If it please you, lady, may I rest and leave you and your men to do your business.
Yes, I will be all. Thank you. Thank you for what you've done today.
Thank you. And he like bows again and like scurries upstairs.
God, he's gonna have a
And
bunch
you
of
hear like
gossip until
whispering,
later.
like you hear whispering from like probably his wife or someone, like who is it? Like what's going on? Shut up. It doesn't matter. Just go to sleep. Why are there strangers in our house? Don't insult them. Like
they could bring more than thunder and lightning to us if we're not careful. Oh man.
All right. Should we take a break there?
Sure.
All right.
Christ.
So I'm gonna grab a sandwich or something like that.
Awesome.
So 10 minutes.
All right.
Cool. All right, I'm back. Jen? Jen? I guess she's not here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Jan.
Hello?
Hello.
I'm back. I have more food.
I too have food.
It's all leftovers, but it's leftovers from the party!
Nice.
You may hear some tinfoil. Yes, Tegan, I know. It smells very interesting. Oh, I should have brought some of the peppers, and I didn't. Terrible. They had, like, this whole tin of, like, jalapeno peppers.
That is so crinkly, whatever it is.
I said you may hear some aluminum foil.
Yeah, it's like the crinkliest aluminum foil I've ever...
I'm crushing it up. I don't need it no more.
Anyway, you were saying jalapenos.
Jalapenos and more crinkle. Fuck you. I've crushed it into a ball. Hold on. This bowl will serve a purpose in about 2 seconds when I've finished crinkling it up. Hey, Tegan. And there she goes. I throw it, and she went away. Alright, so, but yeah, they had like a whole tin of like jalapeno peppers, and they were so good, so savory. I literally just crunched into one, and it was amazing.
Mm-hmm.
And I should have brought some, and I didn't, and I was a fool.
Were they pickled or fresh?
Pickled?
Hmm. I don't think I've ever had fresh jalapenos.
Well, no, because then they're not all that great.
Are they not?
I mean, yeah, they're okay, whatever, but like, they're better once they've had a bit to marinate.
Yeah.
Especially when you get it with like all the carrots that you can put in there, and then they marinate too, and then you eat them, and they're like, oh my god, yes.
I had to go at pickling my own garlics last month.
Mm-hmm.
It's not gone well.
That's what practicing is for, my friend.
Yeah. Like, they're pickled, but they're still raw on the inside.
Oh.
So, there's just this intense, like, vinegary, garlicky flavor whenever I eat one. And it's like, I don't know if you've ever eaten a raw garlic clove, but it's like just a step below that in terms of intensity.
Oh my god.
So I've got this whole jar of basically useless pickled garlics.
I mean, you could just like puncture a hole in them and then just leave them to stew again.
Yeah, I've thought about boiling them.
Right.
So that they cook through, and then putting them in olive oil instead of vinegar. But I'm not sure.
Time for experimentation.
Well, yeah, I feel like I might as well experiment, actually, since they're already kind of ruined. All right. So, back to the game. If you're ready.
Yep.
Cool. Yeah, so I think you like finished taking your notes, and you bed down for the evening. You like roll out your slightly damp bedroll and yeah, just go to sleep with your men on the floor.
Yeah, it's great.
With the spiders.
It's okay. We all know I have history with spiders. And while I didn't punch their cousins to dust, they know me now. And they just avoid me.
You have a 1D reputation dice with all spiders.
I love it.
All right, so the next day, I think the night passes fairly uneventfully, but the storm doesn't let up. So the next day, what are you doing?
I'm gonna go and find the village elder.
Okay. With all of your men, or just by yourself, or what?
With all of my men, because I don't want them to hang around this poor dude's house.
Fair enough. How like early in the day are you going, like crack of dawn, or?
I wouldn't be able to tell the crack of dawn because the sun doesn't exist here.
Sure, but you've got.
Yeah, I know. I wake up. I wake up fairly early, but I'm listening to the rain and the wind howling around. Can I sense anything mystical or spiritual-ish about this rain? Like, is it just like, absolutely, this is actually just a storm that's been here for 2 weeks and it sucks, but we have those in Florida, they're called hurricanes? Or is it like, no, there's something definitely funky about this shit?
Do you have an appropriate wise?
I have spirits wise. Anything to do with spirits always has like a tinge of that weird magical energy that's not really exalted energy, but it's something close but weird.
Essence. But
yes. No, but like that, like what I'm trying to get is like theirs feels different.
Yeah. So I would say you can make a spirits wise test to kind of try and discern something from the wind alone, but it will be a very difficult test. And because of the let it ride rules, you won't be able to try it again later on if you get new information. So it's up to you. You can try it right now, or you can wait a bit.
Fine, I'll wait a bit. Alright, so we take our breakfast from what supplies we have left on us.
Bless you. Wow.
I'm sorry, I'm allergic to storms.
Bless you.
Thanks. I kind of want Denati to have that, like, every time she sneezes exactly 5 times. Alright, I'm not sure if the guy is, like, up and at him already, but, if he is, I'll say goodbye. If he's not, I'll just fuck off with my guys.
Yeah, I think he's not up yet, and like it's not like eternal night here. There is like a light on the horizon, but it's like a pale, light. It's not, direct sunlight.
Okay.
Like, it's visible. You don't need a lantern or anything. Speaking of lanterns, did you bring Jyoti with you?
I did not, because he's in the forge.
Yeah. Well, you could have taken him out of the forge.
Yeah, but I'm glad I didn't.
I was
this
just
place is just eternal fucking rain.
Just checking. But you still have the lantern, just without the eternal flame in it. Presumably. Right?
What?
You still have the lantern, like the golden lantern, but
yes.
without Jyoti. Yeah.
Yes.
So
it's just a normal lantern.
You don't need a lantern light to see. Like, there's just enough daylight to see, but it's like everything is kind of sort of grayish blue tone shifted almost. And you grew up in villages, or in a village. Not
right.
too dissimilar from this one, really. Like, your village was maybe a bit bigger. But like, people should be doing stuff at this point in the day. Like, you would have expected to see like people out on the with their fishing boats, like out on the water. Even in the storm, like a storm doesn't normally put village people off doing their work. But this is clearly like debilitating them, because everyone's still inside, everyone's still in bed, like there's no lights on in any of the houses. Yeah, there's not a soul out and about in this weather except for you, and like maybe you pass a couple of houses and they have like little enclosures for animals and stuff, and even the animals are like huddled inside, like as close as they can, and you bet like trying to make as little noise as possible.
Okay.
But you still like hear them rustling and stuff as you pass.
Interesting.
Like, I wouldn't go as far as to say it's eerie, but it's just like on you would seldom see this behavior from a village.
Right.
Like this, yeah. From just a storm. And it's not like a hurricane. It's like there's a strong wind, but like stuff isn't getting blown around or blown away. It's really just seems like an ordinary summer storm, except that according to the guy, it hasn't let up for almost a month in the middle of summer.
Yep.
And I feel like there's no reason why you shouldn't know this. Like, the Jade Coast is pretty renowned for having good weather all year round.
Okay.
So
this would definitely be out of the norm.
Yeah. Like, there's a whole pantheon of gods that keep the Jade Coast, the Jade Coast's climate in check. I think they have a special name, but I can't remember it off the top of my head. So yeah, you head up. You head a little ways up the hill, and you come to this like more. I don't want to say it's tribal, but it's like a hut. It's like the other houses, but it's adorned with like talismans and like some little trinkets and stuff. There's like little.
This is the most superstitious house in the entire fucking village.
Yeah, but it's not in like a blasphemic way. It's nothing that's like against immaculate doctrine, right? There's no like bestial totems and stuff. It's just like it's slightly more well adorned.
Okay.
So, what do you do?
I'm knocking on the door.
All right. I think
I'm just wondering how these guys have been eating properly if they've just not left their fucking houses.
well, I'm sure they will go out when they have to, but they're avoiding it mostly.
Right.
Yeah, I think a guy, like a younger fellow, opens the door, and he's wearing like a very yeah, like a very poorly made chainmail vest, and he's got like a leather cap on, and you see hanging at his trouser leg is not a like a not a sword, a machete, like a shortish sword that looks for like hacking stuff.
Okay.
Somewhere between a sword and an axe, like broad-headed sword, short. And yeah, he opens the door, and yeah, he looks to be maybe phase age, like 18 or something.
Interesting.
And he says, "Who are you?"
Fucking rude. This man clearly never had, like, a mom to teach him good manners. I don't say that in character. But Denati definitely thinks, excuse me. I introduced myself as Nellens Denati. I am here with my company of men because I heard they've been having trouble with spirits of some sort on the coast.
You did it again. You like almost spoke in character, but then switched to third person.
Listen, leave me and my speech alone. How dare you?
No. Yeah, so you mentioned
English is not my first language, regardless of how well I speak it. I do what I want. I'm foreign.
No, that's fair. That's fair. I was just commenting on it because it was like just a strange turn of phrase. Anyway, yeah. So So you mentioned that you've come to like help deal with spirits or something, right? Is that what you said? Yeah. He slowly nods.
And I would like to speak to the village elder.
You see him. Yeah, he slowly nods, and then he like doesn't close the door on you, but he like moves back and like leaves it ajar for a second. You hear him like call into the building, and then you hear like a response. Then he opens the door again and says, "You may enter." And then he steps aside.
Okay. I will gesture with me and my men all into the house.
So you come into like a little foyer. Dripping wet.
Nice.
Again. Whole house is creaking again. And there's like, it's not a throne, it's like it's a big seat, like there's a table at the end of the room,
Mhm.
and there's seats around it, and then there's a bigger seat of the bunch, and a woman in her like 60s or something comes out from like one of the wings of this small house, like round the corner, and she's like, you can see that she's like just before she turned the corner, she'd like just shrugged this like gown, like this like ceremonial-ish looking gown, like slightly more colorful than stuff that anyone else in the village has been wearing, or from what you've seen so far. And yeah, she hugs it around her like a cowl or something, to try and keep warm. And she sort of walks up to this bigger chair and then like gently lowers herself into it, and then looks up at you and says, greetings. And then she bows and says, our village is humbled by your presence, O Princess of the Earth.
It should be, but I don't say that.
Please excuse my grandson. He is ill acquainted with the etiquette of your kind, and he is very suspicious.
With the problems that you've had around here, I feel that would be prudent. I introduced myself as Nellens Denati and introduced my men as part of my my company, and basically told her that I heard she's had troubles, and if she has any particular information she would like me to know of, as I attempt to solve this issue.
Mm. So yeah, I think she's grateful for your presence, and she recounts more or less everything that the guy told you the other night, with the addition that she names the guy who was in the lighthouse.
Interesting.
His name was Bethalan. Put that in chat for you. Beth. And she isn't sure, but she believes that Bethalan was is a sorcerer.
Interesting. Now, I've heard that a monk has gone to investigate, such as we are doing.
Yes, she went up there.
Up to the lighthouse.
No, up to the caves.
The caves.
The steeps. That's where this hag has been spotted once or twice. I'd not seen it myself, but my grandson swears he saw a cowled figure standing on a cliff up there once, not too long ago. And yes, the monk, she went up there 2 or 3 days ago now. She hasn't been seen since. She went alone, though. That may have been her folly. You came armed, I see. And with men.
We came prepared for any situation. I'm going to assume, as a dragon-blooded person, that when she describes a monk, that she means a monk of the Immaculate Order.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. You're on the Blessed Isle. that can be assumed at all times.
I don't. They might have different types of monks, like regular monks.
Well, there's like she hasn't stated whether the monk was a dragon blood or not.
Good point. Could be immortal. That would suck. All right. I want to ask what connection she thinks Bethalon has to the hag. Whether she thinks they're the same person, or he summoned it, or what.
I cannot say. I know not of the things of sorcerers. Their ill magics are not smiled upon by the Immaculates. We interacted with Bethalon as infrequently as we could, specifically so that we might not upset the gods, but it seems that has happened anyway. Whether Bethalon is to blame, again, I cannot say. The cave where the hag was spotted, though, that is where the monk said there was a god living. So I cannot say. I'm not trained in the ways of dealing with spirits and such. That was the monk's business, and now she too is gone.
Did the monk happen to say what kind of god?
I was not aware there were kinds.
You must hold dominion over something.
Pardon?
It must hold dominion over something.
Our village, I would assume. To my knowledge, we have not angered it, or we should not have angered it. We paid our tribute. The monk said that it was pleased. But something happened last month. And now this, she says, and gestures out of the window to a tree that is just blown over or something.
Incredible. Now, I understand that no one has gone into the lighthouse since Bethalon vanished.
This is correct. It would not be right for any such as us in the village to trifle in the affairs of a sorcerer. So I forbade villagers from going there. And when he came to the village, only I would interact with him.
I see. I kind of give a glance over to the men and to Faye, kind of like, if you got any questions, now's the time to ask.
I think Faye says. Yeah. Faye says. You mentioned caves, steeps. What kind of caves? What are we talking about here?
If you get
And
all technical.
the elder says, they're up in the cliffs. I've not been up there since I was a girl, but they're very steep. They're very... you go inside them and there's... they're very vertical caves. Very dangerous, slippery. I did not venture deep in there when I was a girl, but I vaguely remember where it is.
I mean, does she give like a general description of where to find the cave?
Yeah. She tells you like it's up on the cliffside, and that if the weather were clearer, she might be able to like point you to it directly. But in the weather, she can point you in the general direction, but then you'll have to find it on your own. She's not going out in the storm just to show you where it is. And
I don't think I have a map specifically of the area, so it would be kind of useless.
I'm just gonna make a roll for Faye. Open dice, number of dice 1. She's forking astrology into this. Okay, well, rip.
Wow.
So you see Faye staring at the old woman like intently for a few moments, but then she like shakes her head.
Fucking rest in pieces.
Did I get a 6? No.
I guess just as the last question, I think Denati will ask if this. I heard that this man came, or right after calibration of this gear. If you suspected him if you did not trust him, why did you not turn him away?
What were we to do? Turn away a sorcerer? Suffer his wrath then instead of the wrath of this god?
Ready? Writing that down.
Yeah, there's like an intense like suspiciousness, superstitiousness, like from these people.
I can see that. I literally, one of the things that I wrote down is the elder is a nerd and a bigot.
A what?
A nerd and a bigot.
Wait, why is the elder bigoted?
Because, I don't know, I just wanted to write it down.
Okay.
I can't say discriminates against sorcerers. I mean, I could.
I think it's pretty common fare. Well, actually, I don't know whether Denati would know this, but it's pretty common fare in Blessed Isle for like sorcerers to be recluses.
Okay. Wouldn't this mean that they're either exalts or like godblooded of some kind?
Probably.
Because mortals don't have essence, right?
Yeah, sorcery works a little differently. You can be a sorcerer without essence, but it takes many years of difficult practice.
Let's see.
And I don't really know whether Denati would know that.
Probably not. Well, nah. All right, I think that's the end of my questions. So if yes.
Well, okay. So the reason I did that oral reading test was to try and get Faye to like notice something about the woman,
Which didn't work.
Which didn't work. I'm trying to think if there's a way that I can get you to test something instead. Which,
I mean, I have trouble wise, so if I sense trouble around this woman. I also have spirits wise, and I guess observation, but we said that observation was something different.
Yeah, observation is for spotting physical things. And your perception is 7, right?
My perception is 7.
And your will is 5.
Yeah.
All right, make an ob 1 trouble wise test.
Can I fork in spirits wise just in case she is a spirit?
No, this doesn't relate to spirits directly, so. All right. Yeah, so maybe it's the troubled look on Faye's face. Like
it's the way she's squinting at this lady, like something's definitely wrong. And it's just like, what are you seeing that I'm not? And then I turn to take a look at this old woman.
Yeah, and I like Faye failed. She couldn't pick out what it was. And neither can you just by looking, but you can tell that there's something she's not telling you. She's not lying, she's just omitted a piece of information.
All right, so I spend like another moment just kind of writing down all the things that she said as I ponder over what exactly it could be that she's not telling me. And then I just look up at her and I say, if you truly are having trouble with gods, then honesty would become us all.
So yeah, this sounds like it. This sounds like there's a test here now.
Awesome. Time for tests. I love it.
So you want to? Well, what do you want? What's your intent?
My intent is to get her to tell. My intent is for her to realize that I know she's hiding something, and it would be in her best interest to tell me, which sounds more like intimidation than persuasion, if I'm honest.
I think unless you rephrase what you just said, I would call this persuade.
Okay. All right. A persuasion test. It doesn't matter because it's all tied to will.
Yes, so, but you're learning persuade, so...
Yes, I'm also learning intimidation.
Ah, okay, fair enough. So you can't fork anything.
Nope.
I think her will is probably 3.
Jesus.
She is the elder, after all. Like, yeah, she's probably got the highest will in the village, though. Everyone else is like will 1 or 2. So yeah, roll.
Do I get help from my guys standing with me?
I'll say I'll give you a +1 from getting an extra success on the trouble wise, so like a linked test.
Yeah.
If you want it, or actually it doesn't matter because of aptitude. So, but yeah, that's better. So ob 3, and then it will double it for you to 6.
Boo. I'm gonna fail horribly. Yeah, look at that.
Ouch. No 6s either. A lot of 2s. If you were white shaded, then that would be a lot of success. That would be all successes.
Yeah, okay. When the fuck is that gonna happen, Will? In 17 million years.
Just gotta keep spending that Arthur. All right. She shakes her head and just says,
I don't know what you could possibly do.
There's been nothing untruthful in what I've said so far. Now.
And that you were right. All right. So
if there is nothing else, I can point you in the right direction, but I believe there is little else that I can help you with.
Well, and thank you very much for your time and for your information. I will do my best to see this problem resolved.
Thank you. Though, I must also say, I don't know why you're doing this. There is little our village can offer you as a reward. Why did you come? If I may be so brash.
It was on the way. Which technically isn't a lie, that's true.
And then do you just leave with that, or do you elaborate?
It was on the way. There were many stops toward my destination. This was one of them. And then I left and don't explain anything.
Fair enough.
I can be mysterious if I want to.
Yeah. Okay.
She asked, she got an answer. I don't know if it was the answer that she wanted, but it was definitely an answer.
Okay, so what's your next step? She like, I think it's her grandson actually, like leads you out the door, and like maybe takes you, like walks with you for like maybe 3 minutes up a path closer to the cliff sides, and then points like up and like to the left or something, and says, the caves are up somewhere there. And it's like where he's pointing is like halfway up the cliffside between where you are and the lighthouse. And there's like some jagged rocks that's like obscuring part of the mountain. Plus the mist and the rain, like it's quite murky, but you can make out some kind of rock formation that might be a cave. Or a cave mouth.
Right.
If you have no other need for me, then I will take my leave, he says.
All right. I thank him for his instructions and then be on my way. I'm not going to the cave. I'm going to go to the lighthouse first.
Fair enough. Best of luck to you, miss. And he walks away.
Nice.
So you're going up to the lighthouse first?
I'm going up to the lighthouse.
Okay. So let's have a climbing test.
What?
It's a slippery cliffside.
Slippery.
Unless you want to go round and like up. Like it depends on how, like, you could either go straight forwards and then up the cliffside, in which case climbing test, or you could go like back around the coast until you come to a lower part of the cliff, climb that, and then go up onto the top of the cliff and walk across from there.
Okay.
So it's time or speed, or yeah, it's a question of how quickly do you want to get to this lighthouse? How risky are you willing to be?
I'm not going to be that risky, because if there really is a god around here and he's pleased something's causing the storm, I'm a little suspicious. I'm not going to automatically assume that this guy in the lighthouse was a sorcerer, or if he was an evil sorcerer, but I don't want to risk my guys just because I'm just like, oh, well, they're just being ridiculous and superstitious.
Yeah. All right. So okay, in that case, I don't think there's a roll to be made, but it takes time.
Okay.
It takes, I think, 3 hours to figure out a way to get up safely to the lighthouse.
All right.
So it's sort of midday-ish by the time you arrive.
That's fine.
And yeah, it's like a gray tower. You think at one point it might have been painted blue, but like it's all like pretty much all of that paint has like been worn away by weathering. And there's like barefaced stone and plaster underneath. Yeah, the light is not lit, and there's like walking around the lighthouse, like it's not a particularly big building. You sort of circumnavigate it in a matter of seconds, basically, and you find there's two doors. There's like a door going down into presumably a basement-ish area, and a door up a short flight of steps that goes into the lighthouse proper.
Okay. I will go into the lighthouse proper, I suppose, first.
So the door is locked, but with a bit of finicking, you manage to either break it open or pick it or something to that effect. I don't think it's important to roll for this, but worth mentioning that it was locked, at least.
Okay.
And yeah, you come into this lighthouse, and it's pretty much what you'd expect. It's like a round room. There's a table. There's a small fireplace and a stove. There's some bookshelves, some old dusty books, some drawers with dusty clothes in. It looks lived in, but it also looks like no one's been here for about a month, which lines up. Are you looking for anything in particular, or?
First off, I just want to see if anything just catches my attention. These guys have basically been talking about him being a sorcerer and, doing all sorts of evil magic and all that shit.
Mm.
So I just... Oh, jeez.
So I think it's
I just kind of want to... Yeah.
I think it's a 3-story lighthouse. So the room that you've just come into is like the living, cooking, study area. And then upstairs is a bedroom and some kind of, you reckon like an alchemist's table or something of that effect. Like there's some vials and herbs and dried things scattered around in the corner of the room. And there's more books and scrolls and stuff. And then the floor above that is just the lighthouse, like the top, the open side of the house where the light is. Make an observation test.
Awesome.
Just ob 0, and the amount of successes you get will just figure out some stuff based on how many successes you get.
Can I have some help from my dudes also searching around?
Yeah.
I split them into 3 groups. Faye goes with one of the mortals. 2 of the mortals split up, and I take one of the mortals with me.
Okay. Oh no, they do have observation. Okay, so yeah, so the men can give you a helping dice from observation, like because they have the skill too. And I think Faye is going to help with exploration if you'll let her, and she's going to go down into the basement.
Let's hold off on the basement just for now.
Okay, so no helping dice from Faye.
No, we'll go to the basement together.
Yeah, but I'll say this roll will let it ride into the basement as well. So if you go into the basement, you won't be able to make another observation roll down there.
Fine, I'll
so it's up to you. You can accept the help or not.
All right, I will accept the help, but he's got to go with that dude. We pair up.
Yeah. Okay.
Take the dude with you. Don't go by yourself.
Now, if I recall, just to double check, 2 of your men have halberds and 2 of them have bows, right? Or was it only 1 with a bow?
I think only 1 had a bow.
Right, okay.
And the rest were swords. Or whatever weaponry is close combat.
Yeah. Well, I guess you're training them in swords, so they have sword.
Okay.
No. Yeah, swords, not halberds.
Okay. Alright, so modifiers 2, no extra base obstacle 1. Oh, I got a bunch of 6s.
Oh, nice. Yeah, you can spend that fate if you want. 3 open-ended dice. Unless you
Fine.
don't
Do I put
have.
the?
It's up to you. It's up to you.
I have fate. I feel like I shouldn't. I probably need it for something later, but whatever. Fate 1 goes into observation. Where to go? And this doesn't count as any test. This is just a number of successes, right?
I think so. Yeah, it will count as a routine test.
Oh, as a routine test. Awesome. I need that. And I don't see. Oh, right.
So
I need to mark a
did you
test
accept the
as
fate? Did you accept the die from Faye, by the way?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And are you spending fate?
Yep. 1 success.
1 success. Okay, so 4 in total. And let's see, the first 2 dice. Yeah. Okay. So the helping dice from your men actually do nothing, including Faye's.
It's fine.
So yeah, you scour the building up and down. You check the bedroom, the main, I guess, kitchen area, living room, whatever you want to call it. You check the light. You check the basement. I think in the bedroom, like the study alchemy lab thing that's in the bedroom, you read, like, there's a couple of like crumpled up bits of parchment that were like, it looks like this guy was keeping a diary.
Right.
And these bits of parchment have been like torn out, and reading them, it's where you kind of you chuckle because you know this feeling where you're writing and you're trying to make it look nice, and then you like slip or muck it up, and then there's like you have to start again. So
Yep.
it's like, so you find 3 pages that all basically say the same thing, but like with an error at a different place, and then they've been torn out and scrunched up. But the general gist that you get from this bit of paper, or these papers together, is that this guy, Bethelan, had been observing the steeps of Ur-Menzhao. And was sure that this is where the local coast elemental lived, in these steeps. And that like tomorrow he would go to investigate these caves himself and perhaps meet with this elemental. Though there's no
motive.
Yeah, it's just like a series of statements. It's quite a like dry writing style.
Real so boring, dude.
What else do you find?
Your mom.
I think under his bed, you find like a small lockbox with some obols in it.
Interesting. Those are mine now.
You can add a cash die.
Awesome.
On the yeah, I think there's like a curious. You don't find a thing; you find a lack of a thing. There's no there's no tools, physical tools of any kind in the entire building that would ordinarily be used for lighting fires and such. And in the basement, you find a like you find like this you almost miss it because it's so dusty down in the basement, and like grimy and like dank, and it's like the stone walls underneath this place have like soaked through with the rain, and just like everything is like slimy down in the basement. But on the floor, like kind of partially obscured under a box or something, there's the faintest like scratchings in the stone of something that like you're not good enough with sorcery to like know exactly, but you've seen something like this before when the blood ape attacked. This looks like some kind of summoning circle. Like it's a circle scratched into the stone floor on the ground. There's some symbols that you can't read. And like, yeah, but you're well, actually you could make a symbology test or something of that nature to
have
try
no
and investigate it.
symbology.
Ah, okay. I think Faye does. Does she? No, she has aura reading and astrology, but no symbology. Yeah, no, she doesn't. She doesn't have anything that could help.
All right. Well, that's suspect. I want to scratch out the circle, like and break it at least, so other people can't use it.
You want to what? Sorry.
I want to like break the circle, like where it's scratched in, just like mess up the sigils or like mess up the shape of the circle.
Okay, yeah.
So
It's like it's covered in mold and like some kind of, or not mold, like a thin like slimy moss or fungus has like filled in the little cracks in places where it's been scratched into the stone. Yeah, so what, you just like smash one of the stones in the ground?
Pretty much.
Or okay, fair enough. Yeah. Yep, it just breaks. Like, you find a way. I don't care if you punch it or hit it with your sword or slam it with another big rock or something.
I slam it with my sword, and it's amazing. My sword doesn't even feel it.
Cool. Okay, yeah, so you break the circle. There doesn't seem to be anything else of particular note in here. It otherwise seems like quite a mundane little house. Is there anything else you want to do here?
I want to see if I can try to light the actual fire in the lighthouse.
Yeah, you can do that. Do you have the fire building skill?
God damn it! You've got to be fucking kidding me!
Faye does.
Alright, Faye can try to build up. I've built fires out in the world before.
There's nothing in this lighthouse to light a fire with.
Oh my god.
So I'll just roll this and we'll see what happens. Yay! Yeah. So Faye can light a fire.
Good. Jesus Christ. Now I'm just gonna get her telling me, "Oh, look, I was useful on the trip. I could light a fire. What would you have done without me being there to light this fire for you? Gosh, Faye, I don't know. Fucking burn something."
So yeah, she gets the fire going for the lighthouse. But it's like it starts going quite strongly to begin with, but it's quickly waning. And Faye remarks that like without a fresh supply of wood or anything to keep this going, that it'll die out pretty soon.
All right, my interest mostly is to seeing how the fire interacts with the world. Is it just like, does it seem dimmer than what a fire usually would be? Does it seem stifled somehow? Is it just burning like a normal fire?
I mean, Faye built a normal fire on the fire plinth or whatever.
Right.
Prior to Faye doing that, there was no evidence of like ash or like old logs being there. The fire that is now there is being like thrown about by the wind. But it's otherwise an ordinary fire.
Okay. Alright, so there doesn't seem to be any spookiness left around the lighthouse.
Depends on what you mean by spooky, but yeah.
Like no curses or something, or haunted by whatever this dude summoned.
I mean, you haven't. That isn't a thing that you've asked about yet, so.
That's a good point. Can I try for that spirits noise test now?
Yeah, if you want, if you want to do it now.
Let's do it.
So what do you want to do? Like,
my intent is to sense whether or not there are lingering spirits or presences in this lighthouse.
okay. Um. I think with an intent like that, there's no there's nothing at stake here. There doesn't seem to be any spirits here.
All right. Any magical traps?
If there were, you would have known whilst exploring the lighthouse. Like, if there were any, they probably would have tripped by now.
Not necessarily. Could be a latent trap. All right. I just want to see if like there's any energy left in this place that could come back and bite us in the butt at some point. Or the villagers' butts, because they live here, I don't.
No, I don't think there's I don't think there's anything.
Alright, I just want you to know that I did say anything spiritual that could come back and bite us in the butt.
Yeah, in the lighthouse specifically,
Yes.
there's nothing.
Okay, so the lighthouse is safe. So
As near as you can tell, yeah.
alright, well let's douse the fire, I guess. So it doesn't, I don't know, burn anything. I don't see what it would burn because there's nothing. But let's do it just because we're responsible fire people.
Sure, yeah.
You don't leave an open flame unattended, Will. Basic fire safety 101.
Yeah, no, but it's in the middle of a storm.
Rather we put it out than the storm.
I guess. Yep, you can put it out, no problem.
Alright, time to make our way to that cave.
Okay.
I feel like we have learned everything that we could from this place.
Mm.
Don't you me. Denati suddenly changes her mind and spends the next 3 hours looking at this place, top to bottom.
Alright.
No, I'm not gonna do that. She thinks everything is done. Alright, everything's fine, everything's cool. There's nothing left here. Let's go to the cave.
Alright. So from where you are, I think either way, like whether you were coming from below or above, like this cave is difficult to get to. So I think now you're gonna have to make a climbing test.
Okay.
And I've just remembered there's a rule called slowest and loudest, where
How dare you?
whoever has the lowest stat in a thing is the one who rolls for a group. So let me just check if your men are trained in climbing. You have climbing, right?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. Okay. In that case, I'll make you make it, because then you can get the test. So give me an ob. It would normally be ob 2. So ob 4 climbing test. If you succeed, you make it down to the cave. If you fail, then I think, or climbing is based in speed, by the way.
I waste a whole bunch of time.
Yeah, it's up to you. If you fail, someone can fall and take damage.
Ow.
Or you can spend more time.
I think I would spend more time as a failure. I mean, like if I fail and I fall, it wouldn't. Oh shit!
If you fall, it's no problem. It's your men. I'm thinking.
Hello. My stepmom decided to call me.
Everything all right?
Yeah, she just wanted to check in on the kids that I'm not taking care of.
you're good to keep playing, though, right?
Yes. How are the kids doing? Oh, they're fine. I don't hear them yelling in pain, so I'm going to assume they're fine.
Yeah, fair enough.
Let's see.
Okay, so it's up to you. You can take a speed test or open climbing. And it'll be ob 2 doubled to 4.
Can I just take the speed test? Alright, so do I have to open climbing?
Well, if you're taking the speed test, then you don't open climbing.
Okay. Then I will take the speed test.
Oh, that was a difficult 5-building test.
Yes, it was. Alright, so let's see. So
you can't fork anything.
modifiers 0.
But I think your men can help with their speed.
Oh, okay.
So get +1 from your men helping. If you want, well, I guess you have to take it because you're moving as a group.
Yep. Alright, so base obstacle was 2?
2, but it doubles to 4.
Why to 4?
Pardon?
Why to 4?
Because you're testing climbing unskilled. So
I thought this was a speed test.
Yeah, it's a speed test because climbing is rooted in speed.
Okay. Base 4.
You don't have to. You're technically testing climbing, but you don't have to open it.
Ouch.
No, you don't have any 6s. Okay, so I think you're 3 successes off the obstacle. I think it takes 3 hours to get down there from the lighthouse.
Well, that sucks.
So it's now like mid to late afternoon. Actually, let's say late afternoon because you probably spent an hour or so at the lighthouse.
Yep.
Okay, and yeah, you eventually, very slowly, make your way down this slippery cliff face. No one gets hurt, but it just takes time. And you you come into this like craggy valley that's like on one side it's like a meter or 2 of like vertical stone, and then beyond that it's just a straight drop down into the ocean, and then to your like that's to your left, and then to your right it's like an vertical again up above. So you're in this like little crevasse down the side of the cliff itself, and there's like you're not sure if it's a real path or not, but there's like an easy way that you could walk along this that leads to a little precipice, little pinnacle, where you can see down and see the village and the jetty and the boats rocking around on the sea, anchored up. And
nice.
behind you and like round the corner, you reckon you're roughly where the man pointed earlier. And you also reckon that like this is probably the spot where this hag has been seen in the past.
Right.
Like, because people said like they saw this this hag like on the cliffs. So if they were going to see them anywhere, it would probably be here. And then like round the corner where you're standing, like round this rocky side, there's like a little inlet, and then this cave mouth that you very easily could have missed.
Right.
Had like the perspective not sort of made sense to you.
Okay.
And looking inside the cave mouth, you see just like very rough, unstable, wet sort of slopes and gravel, and it's a very steep vertical cave. From where you're standing, it's going down currently.
Okay. Well, at least we're out of the rain.
And there's two ways we can do this. I'm happy to do theater of the mind, but I do have a map for this if you would prefer the map.
Holy shit. I mean, I'm fine with maps. Thanks.
Say again?
I'm pretty chill with maps.
You want the map?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you have a tiny token. I don't know if you can see that.
Oh, I'm teeny weeny.
Yeah. And if you click on the token, there's a 0, a 1, and a 2.
Yes.
The 0 and the 1 are your fate and persona, I think. And the 2 is your attunement.
Ah, okay.
So, just as a reminder with how your daggers work, your elsewhere space thing. If you throw a mundane object in there, you can hold up to as many items as your throw skill exponent, mundane items in elsewhere, for a single attunement. So you can throw your 2 knives in there and it'll only cost 1 attunement.
I will do that now before anything happens.
Yeah. So I figured I'd remind you of that now before you try and use them later on, and I have to be like, you haven't put them in there.
I open elsewhere and nothing happens.
In future I won't remind you. Yeah, so it's on your bio info of your character sheet, the rules for invisibly hidden chakra method.
Right. All right, so I changed that 2 to a 3.
Yeah, and it should fill up the bar a bit as well. Yeah, so your max attunement is equal to your essence exponent.
All right.
And if you read your charms, some of the others, like some of them that have active effects, like the zone of silence, that will take up an attunement slot while you sustain it as well.
Right.
Or no, soundless action takes up 1 attunement slot. Zone of silence takes up 2.
Okay. All right. Okay. I will move forward with my dudes.
Yeah, I'm going to assume your dudes will always be where your token is. So there isn't like 6 tokens to worry about here. Because this is to scale as well. So this is, your token is not to scale.
Right. Unless I am 5 feet across. not only
Unless
just 5
you're,
feet up.
yeah. Yeah, so it's quite a narrow cave entrance, and it's sloping down. Each one of these gray bands with the spikes on it denotes a drop of about 10 foot.
Wow.
Not I'm not imagining as a straight drop. It's not like you get here and then it's just a cliff that's 10 foot tall. It's like it's a quick slope from like here to here that drops you about 10 feet.
Right.
And yeah, it's like gravelly, and the sound of the storm kind of dulls
Echoes.
behind you. And there's like cave drips and the like. Yeah, you're walking on like gravel, and it's very damp in here. There's this like smell of ocean water, like stale salt water smell. It's quite pungent. And yeah, presumably you light a lantern or something because it's
Yes.
dark.
I will light my
Okay.
now mundane lantern.
Yes. Is there a particular formation you want to walk in, or what? Like, do you order your men to do anything? Do you leave someone at the cave mouth, or anything like that?
No, I want to keep all of us together. So I'll have me, 2 guys, Faye, the last 2 guys, the archers in the back.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, you head down this like gravelly slope into this other sort of more what's the word? Yeah, I guess it's more open. And there's looks like three different ways you could go. Except that one of them, looking closer, one of them seems to be there's like these rusted iron bars here.
Can I go inspect those?
Yeah.
Do my guys have lanterns of their own, or?
I'm gonna say between you have an adventuring pack as well, right? I think.
That's a good question.
Check your equipment. It's in information.
Traveling gear.
Yeah, that's the one.
Okay.
So that has like all of the shit that you would need in it. Like, it's a generic item that we can fill with whatever we want. So it can have like flint and steel and like candles and rope and a dry set of clothes, or that sort of stuff in it, rations,
Right.
etc. I'm not going to be stingy with that shit. So you can have I say you don't all have lanterns, but you could give everyone a candle if you wanted.
All right, I will give 2 people a candle. The 2 people who are hanging in the back, I'll give them 1, and the 2 people who are in front of Faye, I'll give 1.
Okay, and then you've got a lantern.
And I've got a lantern.
Cool.
So
yeah, so you come into this like larger space.
I want last 2 here, Faye and the other 2 here, and then I will go and check out the iron bars.
All right. Oh, if I could ask that you don't watch the stream, by the way, because I have most of my notes on the outside of this page.
I do not watch your stream.
Okay, I was just making sure.
I'm here, but I'm not watching it.
Yeah. Just I wasn't sure if you had it open in another tab or something.
I have it
okay, so yes, you come into this like high-ceilinged cavern, and to the north, ahead of you, it's like continues to slope downwards. I think there's like a thin trickle of water coming in from the cave mouth that you've come through. That's like winding its way down this cave like a tiny stream. And there's this row of rusted iron bars driven into the ground. They don't reach the ceiling. They're I think like they're probably about as tall as you. They're each one is about 5 foot tall. The ceiling's much higher up, and there's like stalagmites or stalactites or whichever one it is above you and stuff.
Yeah. So does it look like the cave just continues on in this direction?
Yeah, you can see past, like shining your light past. It looks like there's possibly 2 more ways to go.
Okay. What do my peeps see down here? And here, I guess.
All right. I'll just reveal some more of the area, and then you can choose where to go. So you see that beyond the bars, and you see your peeps see like a larger chamber this way, and further down this passage is like more corridor, 2 more ways.
All right. Does it look like I could knock down those iron bars?
Yeah, they look like rusted to shit. You could either knock them down, you could try and uproot them, you could like cleave them with your sword. They've obviously been put there deliberately, but you don't know why unless you want to try and discern that.
Before I try to discern purpose,
an untrained symbology test.
Before I try to discern purpose, I'm going to try to discern to see if anyone has moved them recently.
They look untouched.
Untouched?
Like they look like they've been here for years.
And the gravel around them doesn't look disturbed?
What are you looking for specifically? Like footprints?
When you not necessarily just footprints would be nice, but footprints on either side. When you like drive something into the ground, it usually tends to break or like sort of cause like little piles of stuff around it. And when you lift one out, it usually causes those piles to break.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I'm just looking for disturbances in the gravel.
Yeah, I think it's quite flat. It's perhaps remarkably flat around the iron bars. Like they seem to be driven into something underneath the gravel that's flat.
Okay. All right.
And they make a perfectly straight line across the way as well. Like it's definitely unnatural. Like whatever this is, like, or yeah, put here man-made. You know what I mean?
Yes. All right. I'm gonna ignore the bars for a second, Because if our missing lighthouse guy did go down here, or if anyone went down here, it clearly wasn't this way. I'm gonna go into the big chamber.
All right.
And position the guys that used to be here, put them here at the mouth of this cave, and take Faye and the other two with me.
All right. Yeah. So you're coming to like this big kind of roundish chamber that slopes down, like that, and there's like tremendous echoing in this room in particular. Like every step, every like gravel crunch like reverberates immensely. And like, are you moving around much in this room, or?
From where I am, I just want to see what I can see.
So it slopes down towards this like effectively it's like a gravel pit.
Right.
And I think there's like a like somewhere up here maybe there's like a gravel fall, like a very slow trickle of like silt and dirt and small pebbles, and it's like all very gently, like over a long period of time, like moving everything down towards the bottom section where it's seems like it might be draining away to somewhere else. Where did you say Faye was?
I'm in front. There's two guys, and then Faye.
So Faye can see the room, right?
Should be, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think she like remarks on the like gravel fall or something, and like just kind of points it out, like, that's kind of interesting. And her voice like echoes through the room like multiple times.
Interesting. Is it just gravel, or are there also like pieces of stone or slate?
There's some larger stones, yeah, but it's mostly gravel.
All right. I want to take one of the rocks and throw it so that it rolls down into the pit.
So I think a curious thing happens that maybe only you noticed because your perception is so high. Everyone else like didn't notice this. You've got B7 perception. It's bullshit.
I love it.
So it like you hear the echo of the stone hitting the ground before the stone hits the ground.
I hear the echo of the stone before the stone hits the ground.
Yes.
Interesting. I am not a smart woman, Will. I don't know what that means. Which is fine for you, because you're the storyteller and you don't give a shit. This only serves your purposes.
It is whatever you make of it. So you just stand there like looking at it, trying to think about like how that worked or whatever.
Right.
And there's like from somewhere further inside the cave, there's like a kind of screechy sound, like almost like a dog yelping.
That's totally not creepy at all.
But it's like a few seconds after the echo from the rock throw ends. It's not like your rock throw triggered it. It's just a distant sound.
Right. If I take another rock and pretend to throw it, what happens?
like tricking a dog with a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you pick up another rock and you throw it, or go for the throwing motion, but hang on to the rock. Nothing happens. There's no sound.
Okay. All right. I'll I sort of like say to Faye out of the corner of my mouth, almost as quietly as I could possibly make it, that I could have sworn that I heard the echo before the rock actually fell. What's her opinion? What do you make of that?
I think as you're saying that, you're hearing it in your own voice as well. You're hearing the echo of your voice before you actually say anything. And it seems to be like it's more noticeable now than, and like, yeah, and you hear that the echo in response of Faye going, yeah, that's weird. And then Faye says, yeah, that's weird.
All right. I would love to sit here and think more about this room, but we got places to go. I'm going to tell Faye and the other two to stay put, and I will attempt to walk with my sword out to the other side of the cave.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that. It's kind of slippery. Like, this is quite a steep area. I mean, this is what, 1, 2, 3, 50, 40 foot drop down to the bottom of the gravel pit. And it would be like a steep climb or difficult climb back up through the gravel if you did slip down to the bottom. So you sort of go along this way, I take.
Yeah.
And like shimmy around the edge. And you're leaving Faye back here with one of the dudes. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so you come to another like sharp drop down through the down this cavern, and you see another way before you.
All right, what's that room look like?
So as soon as you so it drops down actually into like, so it's sort of a 20-foot drop down this gravel slope, and then the ceiling like of this particular cave, like it goes very, very low. Like to the point where you'd have to like belly crawl through this. So actually thinking about it, you probably can't see this whole room yet. You see like you can see up to about here, and then you see like another small cave mouth there that's like very low.
Interesting. I would like to observe the area around me and use my all-encompassing earth sense to feel if there's stuff in the floor.
In the floor?
In the floor.
There's nothing living below you, if that's what you're asking. Like, there's... Excuse me.
Like trying to sense hidden creatures that are touching the ground that I may not be able to see.
Yeah, there's no... There's nothing living, there's no living essence beneath you as far as you can tell. Though there may be something even deeper that your earth sense can't reach.
Solid point. Alright, I tell him to hold on for a bit. I'm gonna belly crawl to the other side that I can see.
So there's two ways to go. There's
okay.
Oops. There's further this way.
I can't see your ping, by the way.
No, I'm revealing area.
Oh.
And there's further this way.
This looks wider, so I guess I'm gonna just go ahead here.
All right. Yeah. So it like, you're still at like a low crawl. It's a little taller, like maybe 4 foot in this corridor. You come onto like more like flat stone, right? The gravel like wears out as you sort of come into this corridor, and you just come onto like raw stone. And it's still like slippery and damp, but
and I still have to crawl.
Well, it's 4 foot, so you're stooped, but you're not belly crawling anymore.
All right. Can I see anything beyond this point?
Yeah, going further down the corridor if that's what you want.
Yeah.
There's a dead end here. Okay. Like it just goes to like, it looks like there once was a path going this way, but it's like been blocked off by like a rock fall or something. And then there's a larger chamber this way. And you've got your lantern still, right?
Yes.
As you like shine your lantern into that room, there's like this sort of sparkling, glinting, like blue light that's reflected back.
All right, I'm gonna go back and tell all my guys to come this way.
All right.
Being very careful in the gravel. Take your time.
You notice that as you... Do you like, so Faye was still back here, right?
Yes.
Do you call across to her, or?
Yes.
Yeah, so what do you say exactly? I'm curious to know.
I say, Have everyone come this way, one at a time. Be very careful on the gravel. Slippery. Come around the wall.
Okay. I think maybe when you're halfway through saying that, she replies, "Okay, coming now," as though she'd already heard you say the whole thing. But to you, like the effect is reset, and you don't hear your own voice first again. But to her, she's been in the room for like the last few minutes, and it's like got more intense over the last few minutes.
That's so
So like
fucking weird.
she replies to you before you're finished, like long before you're finished, fully saying what you were saying.
That is the weirdest thing. I don't like that room. I will be much gladder when everyone else is out of that fucking room.
Okay, so you all leave that room. And you go to the blue room, or do you go to the east from 5?
We'll go to the blue room first.
Okay. So if you want to move your token.
Oh, right.
So all the men are with you now, right?
Yes.
All right. So yeah, you come into something that looks like it's like a big room, and it's sloped down towards the center on one side, and then it slopes back up on the other side. And you'll see in a sec. There we go.
Whoa.
And it's like you walked into the inside of a gigantic geode. Like there's huge bluish crystals like lining the floor and walls and ceiling of this whole chamber. Like huge ones. Some of them are like as big as you. Others are much smaller and like clustered. But the whole room is just full of crystals. And there's like drips coming from the ceiling. From like little cracks in the outside of this geode or whatever it is, where like some water is trickling in and dripping off different crystals from the ceiling. And like every now and then one of these water drops will hit one of the crystals below, and when it does, it like gives off like a little chime, and each one kind of has a different note, a different reverberance to it. And so it's like this room is just gently playing a random melody effectively.
Interesting. Musical caves. So far, all of these things have to do with sound. I mean, do these crystals look valuable? That's my first question.
Do you have the appraisal skill?
No. God damn it! Burning wheel! The fuck?
A lot of skills in burning wheel. Well, it's based on perception. You can try if you want.
I'll try it. Fuck it. I'll do it.
Okay. So appraisal, the skills used to judge the value or worth of certain items, such as jewelry, gems, artwork. Obstacle 1 for gems, +1 for magic. So base ob 2, and it doubles to 4.
Okay.
And you can either open appraisal or take the perception test.
I'll open appraisal. Why not? It's not like my perception needs help.
Well, I think an ob 4 perception test is routine, and so routine tests don't count for stats, so you might as well open appraisal.
Yeah, appraisal. And this is in perception.
Yeah.
So if I open this, I've got 7
you'll
slots.
learn. Yeah, you'll learn it really fast because you'll only need to test 3 more times after this.
Awesome. All right. Let's do it. I've already clicked the wrong thing. All right, appraisal. No modifiers. No Artha. Base obstacle 2. Right?
Yeah, but it doubles to 4, so.
Yes, it is. Dang it!
Damn. You got a 6. But I don't think you have fate.
No more fate.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yeah, you've no idea. These could just be like really basic, like shit crystals, or they could be expensive.
They could be worth millions.
They could be. You'll never know.
They could be worth talents, but we don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a routine test, so you might as well open appraisal.
I did.
Cool.
All right, so
so there's, unless you want to like walk over the crystals, though, there's no clear path to get to the other side of the room.
all right. I will begin to walk here with my men, and I will remind everyone.
So like stepping into it, like you're literally walking over sharp crystals, like
yes,
that are jutting up out of the ground and walls, like.
We can do it if we step really, really carefully.
Yeah, sorry, I don't mean they're sharp like they're going to impale you. I just mean like it's very uneven terrain.
Yep. I'm moving super slow, 1 step at a time, guys. Following my footsteps and all that.
They follow. I think like occasionally, like their chainmail or like their sword or your boots or whatever, like anything solid knocks against them, and they'll chime.
Awesome. I'm heading down south here.
Okay.
To this place.
Yep. So there's a little antechamber behind you, but there doesn't seem to be anything in it. And then there's 2 ways to go here.
All right, I'm gonna like assume that this path essentially leads down here.
There appears to be a room in there. It's not like based on what you saw when you shone the lantern through on each side. Like there's definitely a room in there. It's not just a corridor.
Okay.
And then this, whereas this way, as you shine the light down, is a corridor.
Okay, I'm gonna peek into here just a little bit to see a little bit of the room.
Okay. Yes, you come into this room, and it looks like a what's it called? It looks like there's been a cave-in or something. There's a lot of rubble in this room, like larger bits of stone, broken stalactites, broken stalagmites, etc. But there's a cleared space around the corner, like here, sort of semicircular, or semicircular is a bad word. It's circular, but roughly, like cleared out rubble, deliberately cleared. Like you can still see like handprints in the dust and stuff. And there's like a rug, or not quite a rug, like a tattered like bedroll. And like if you're here, like that's roughly where it is. Yeah, it's like a flattened space. And there's like candle stubs and like scraps of paper, and some kind of golden knife, or it might be brass. You can't tell. Like a goldish colored knife.
Right. All right. So I'm definitely taking a look at that. You said there was a rug and a knife, and like, is there any writing, any papers?
Yeah. So the paper seems to be from, like, it's the same parchment, same handwriting as the ones you saw in the lighthouse.
Did it look like he was living here, or like rested here? I guess.
Seems that way. Rested, perhaps. Left some stuff behind, maybe. You reading the notes again, it's like stuff that was scribbled out. Like, this guy seems to make a lot of mistakes, and like, but he brought a lot of spare paper with him as well. Trying to read through some of his mistakes and scribbles, like, you get the impression it's written in High Realm as well, by the way, in case I didn't mention that earlier. He's mentioned some kind of more, like there's the word more comes up a few times, and like need to explore further, and you can't tell, like there's like again, it's scribbled. There's either the word like indentured or endangered.
All right. So we've seen signs now of Bethlehem, who has been here, but we haven't seen any Bethlehem. But we haven't seen any signs of the monk.
Not yet, though. You haven't specifically asked for that yet.
Does it look like the monk might have also been here? Maybe trying to track down this guy?
Well, what are you doing to try and discern that?
So I imagine they must have been different sized people. So if there were footprints or handprints here, one of them would clearly belong to a man, and then one might belong to a woman. Because I think you mentioned the monk was a lady.
Yes, yeah.
Time to use tracking.
Yeah, I think this calls for a tracking test. So you have supernatural tracking because of your charms.
Yeah.
Which just means one of them is open-ended. I can't remember which. Yeah, you have open-ended tracking.
I'm ready.
Okay, so And you're looking for the monk's prints specifically.
Yes.
So they're only 2 or 3 days old, according to the villager.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll say up 2.
Okay.
And Faye can help if you want help. She has caves wise. But it's up to you because help will change the difficulty.
You said this was up 2?
Yeah.
I think it'd be a routine test either way, wouldn't it?
How many dice you rolling?
4 for cracking, 5 if she helps.
Oh yeah, that's routine either way.
I'll take the help.
Okay, so +1 help from Faye's cave wise.
Oh no. Well, I matched it. The obstacle's supposed to be 2.
Ah, okay. So you met the obstacle.
Yes.
So you succeeded. Yeah, I think you find, like, the monk didn't stay here, but the monk definitely passed through this cave. You see a pair of, like, relatively fresh sandal prints. And as soon as you, like, catch sight of them, your, like, supernatural senses kick in, and they like begin to sort of glow to your eyes. Or well, actually, it's up to you. Like, what's the descriptive effect of your hunting quarry revelation technique? Like, is it stuff glows to your eyes, or?
Yes, it's that it glows like a color to me and only to me, and then I can, like, see it extend into the distance or whatever.
Like Witcher's sight from Witcher 3, if you played that.
If I played Witcher, I would know.
Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. So yeah, you can see which way this person went, and I guess I'll, like, freehand draw it onto the map. So where are we? Objects and tokens. Yeah. So. So there you go. That's what your elf eyes tell you.
What do your elf eyes see? Alright, confirms my suspicion that path leads down. So the monk took one look at room 2 and basically went, fuck this noise.
Well, I mean, you don't know that from where you are now, but if you went back there, then that's what you would see, yeah.
Denati doesn't know, but I know. The monk took one look at this room and went, fuck no, and left.
Basically.
Alright, well, if the monk found nothing interesting in the other rooms, I will lead...
Well, yeah, okay.
I see that as the path that stretches to me goes in, like, one direction. Because footprints face one direction, Will, so I would know.
Wait, actually. So, quick question, just
Right?
out of interest. Do you see the path that's here?
No.
Okay. So you don't know what's you're currently you don't know like you don't know what's beyond this way and this way.
Yes.
Yeah.
So all I know from my vision is that he went into room 2, went back to 1, and then she went into room 2, back to room 1, and then off to her left, my right, into darkness, and then came
Well,
out
this
here.
way was a cave in. Remember this pathway caved in.
Yes. It looks like she goes through it, doesn't it?
If you go over that way, then that's the footprints continue past. But the cave in blocks your path now. So the cave in is very recent.
Cave in is very recent. All right. Can I move over to the cave in and then see if I can possibly knock it down?
So you're back in like the cramped tunnel. It's basically a 4-foot tube. It's almost like a garbage chute, and it's just piled with stones. Like you've no idea how. And it goes down, like sloping further down.
So if it has a slope, is it possible I could attempt to knock out the bottom stones, cause it to collapse inward and roll down?
Do you mean from the other side? What?
Yes.
If you manage to get round to the other side, then you might be able to do that, yeah. But from up top, it's like jammed, unless you want to dig down through it, which you could, but it would take time.
Wait,
it's like loose.
Which way does this tunnel slope?
Hang on, let me reveal a little bit more so you can see the arrows. There. So it's sloping further down away from you.
Yeah, if it slopes down, is it possible that I could knock out a bit of it and cause it to sort of collapse inward, so then it just shoots down there?
I mean, you can try. You can like move some of the stones, but nothing budges. Like it looks like you'd have to dig, like you'd have to move each stone individually. Like it's a full-on cave-in, and like maybe Faye even points this out. Like this is
Fine,
a
the
cave.
GM is telling me that this is not possible. Whatever.
Well, no, you can dig through it. Like you
No.
can one by one move the rocks out of the way, but it will take time.
All right. Well, I don't know how to get to the other side yet, but I feel that maybe if I go up here, this might be more fruitful. So I'm gonna go up here. The crystal room with my dudes and 2 ladies, technically. Come up here.
So this path is a similar deal. There's another like tight section, and then it's just blocked off.
Blocked off?
Yeah, same deal. It's rubble. It's collapsed.
Caved in.
Yeah.
I just mutter under my breath, someone clearly doesn't want us to get in here.
There you go. I put yellow lines where the cave-ins are.
Okay, thank you. That is very helpful.
And there's also a half cave-in in the 6 room.
Alright, well, it seems our only recourse now is to potentially punch our way through where the iron bars were.
Oh, there's still rooms that you haven't explored.
This is true. But if this is the entrance to the cave and everything stretches here, I'm assuming that all the other paths have their entrances from this point.
Potentially.
Well, no, this is true. My knowledge of the map is technically different than Denati. She wouldn't know that. She might think that there might be something off to the side, potentially here. Well, I know there's no space for that. Well, there could be space for
there's... Okay, I'll just ping the places you haven't explored yet. There's this path. There's this path. And there's these two paths. And then there's whatever's beyond the Iron Gate.
Terrible. Alright, I will peek into this room, or this corridor. What do I see?
Alright, so in this room... Shit, where is it? In this room, there's like a rancid smell.
Gross.
There's
a dead guy in here.
Yeah, there's...
Oh shit, is there?
What?
Is there a dead guy in here?
Not quite.
Oh.
Almost.
Oh. Okay.
You see a woman.
Oh
no! Bald head.
Damn it! It's the monk!
She's wearing immaculate garb.
Oh, that's
it's like torn and tattered in places.
Right.
There seems to be like some kind of webbing around her feet that's like tied her feet together. She's currently asleep or knocked out or unconscious or something, and there's blood like coming out of her mouth and like spilled all down her chest.
Oh shit. Oh, so she might still be alive. I go and check if she's alive.
I guess she's alive.
Alive!
You rush over?
I do. I rush over.
Okay.
Traps.
Yeah, she's in the corner here. She's well, what do you do? Like, what's the first thing you do?
Well, I mean, the first thing that I do is I check to make sure that she's alive, which is I feel for her pulse or something. I don't know how Exalted do it.
Yeah, she has a very slow heartbeat, slow pulse. She's conscious, she's unconscious, but she's not dead. She's kind of dying though.
Okay, I'm gonna
and her like whatever wound is in her mouth is fresh, like it's still bleeding.
Yeah. Okay. Can I try to get her mouth open and see if there's something in it, or what? If you bit off her tongue, maybe?
Yeah. So you, like, pry her mouth open, or?
Yes.
Okay. Roll a steel test.
Ah. Terrible.
Nice. Okay, so as you open her mouth, you hesitate for 2 seconds. Just stunned or whatever. All of her teeth have been ripped out.
Okay.
like forcibly removed.
Ow! All right. Well, I'd like to examine her and see if there is something else potentially that is causing her to die besides just, hey, you had all your teeth ripped out.
There's a lot of blood.
From the teeth?
Yeah.
Okay, so could potentially assume that this is what's causing her to bleed out and die.
Yeah, potentially. So I'd say there's a medicine check to be made here of some description.
Okay. I have field dressing.
You have field dressing. I think that's all you have.
Pretty
you have
much.
anatomy as well.
Okay, good.
So yeah, I'd say a cursory like check over her. She's unconscious from blood loss and is bleeding out due to missing teeth. She's still alive, but you'll need to roll what's it called? Field dressing.
Okay.
So let me just double check how this works. Bleeding. I think this is a severe
shit.
Severe wound. Like she's been here for a while. It was midi, but she's been bleeding so long that it's become severe.
Okay.
Which means she has one. If she isn't treated within the next scene, the wound progresses to traumatic. So treating a severe wound with field dressing is obstacle 8.
What?
Yep. Field dressing is not like a terribly good medical skill. It's like, it's quick and dirty, like first aid shit.
Okay. And if I fail, I make it worse.
Field dressing requires 10 minutes per obstacle to treat a wound, so it'll take 80 minutes to treat her. And if you fail, I believe it works like a linked test. Let me just check. Recovery. Severe wounds require an OB4 health test in order to recover. This test may not be taken unless the character receives treatment from herbalism, surgery or an analogous skill. A severe wound.
I have herbalism.
Do you?
Yeah. I just didn't think that would be useful.
No, herbalism is not a healing skill. All right, in that case, you can also staunch the flow of the blood, which is an easier test. A doctor can staunch the flow of the blood for one scene. If treatment doesn't begin at the end of the next scene, the character begins bleeding again. He then bleeds until he dies or is treated. So it's up to you. You can take the time to do a full. Well, actually, I don't. So herbalism, staunching the flow is OB5. No, sorry, OB4. Staunching the flow with field dressing is OB3. Treatment with field dressing is OB8. And treatment with herbalism is OB5.
Okay. Staunch the flow with field dress. Help with herbalism?
Yep, you can do that.
Okay.
I think you can also help with anatomy.
Yeah. Does anyone else have any
fork
healing?
with anatomy.
Yeah, does anyone else have any healing?
Your men definitely don't. Faye might have something. Faye could help with I think Faye could help with aura reading. Maybe. Let me just double check what aura reading is. Aura. Oh, no, wait. Aura reading is for detecting moods and traits and stuff. Yeah, no, she can't help with aura. I don't think there's anything she can help with.
Hell. All right. Well, I guess it's just on me.
So what are you rolling?
I'm rolling to staunch. I'm rolling to staunch the flow of blood with field dressing, and I will attempt to treat her with herbalism.
Okay, so you're a linked test. So you want to staunch the flow quickly, just so that she doesn't bleed out whilst you're working on her. And then you want to treat her.
Yes.
Okay, so...
So here's a question.
Yeah?
That I think sounds super cheaty, but I'll throw it at you anyway. If I use field dressing, could I fork in herbalism? And vice versa?
If it's a linked test, then you can't, I don't think. Like, because one informs the other.
Okay.
Also, herbalism does require, like, access to herbs and stuff. Sorry to be a dick about it, but, like...
I picked up, like, a bunch of shit in my past travels.
And then you dropped it in a lake.
I had a lot of stuff with the guys, because they were also taking care of Jody.
Yeah, herbalism requires expendable tools in the form of herbs and shit. Now, there were herbs back at the... there was an apothecary's table back at the lighthouse.
Right.
So if you're staunching the flow with field dressing, you could, if you wanted to, then attempt to bring her back to the lighthouse and treat her there with herbalism, or you can try and do it all in one with field dressing.
I will take her to the lighthouse.
Bearing in mind you'll have to climb the cliff again.
That's fine. That's okay. I'll do it anyway. Listen, taking this monk out is probably the more important piece right now, because the hag ain't going away anytime soon unless they try to make an escape. Which, like, from the lighthouse, we would probably be able to see. Unless they have secret entrances in the back of this cave they don't know about. Which would be something different, but whatever. I will attempt to staunch the flow of the blood here, take her back to the lighthouse, and then treat her there.
Okay, let me just
also potentially grab maybe anyone in the village along the way who, like...
You're up on the cliffside. It would be, like, you'd have to climb down the cliff and then back up to the lighthouse again. Or you're halfway up the cliff, remember, so... And it's raining.
Right.
Fuck, where is it?
I don't know. Dang it.
Staunching the flow. If treatment doesn't begin at the end of the next scene, the character begins to bleed again. Yeah, okay. So you can make an OB 3 field dressing test.
Okay.
And if you fail, it'll take 30 minutes. Unless you want to work quickly, but that'll increase the OB.
Nope.
Where is it? Failure. Failure for MIDI through traumatic. For severe or traumatic wounds, the injured character is bleeding to death. Yeah, so if you fail, you just fail to treat the wound. You fail to staunch the flow, and then she will need immediate medical attention. Otherwise, she'll die. So if you fail, you'll have to follow up with an immediate OB 8 field dressing test. Otherwise, she'll die.
Thanks.
Or actually, no, she'll get to make a health test, but it'll be at a obstacle. But yeah.
Okay. All right. Field dressing.
She's mortal, by the way. She's not a dragon blood.
Ah, that pro. Okay. All right. And I can fork in anatomy.
Yep.
And it's an OBS 3?
OB 3, yeah. You have a persona as well, remember?
I do have a persona, but I kind of want to save it for the other one. Can I fork in astrology?
You can, but it explodes backwards. It's up to you. It's up to you. The first dice in the list will be the astrology die if you do fork it.
I'll fork it.
All right.
Do I put that in Artha or do I put that in modifier?
In modifiers, yeah.
Okay, so modifier 2, base obstacle 3?
Yep.
Oh!
Nice. And the astrology die was not a 1, so... So, yeah, you managed to staunch the flow.
Okay.
She's no longer bleeding, but she will need treatment before the end of the next scene. Otherwise, she'll start bleeding again.
All right, time to pack up, boys, and let's get the funk out of here.
All right. So that took 30 minutes.
Okay.
Oops. Yeah, that took 30 minutes, and nothing has come. You're still effectively alone in this cave.
Good. Let's get the funk out of here.
Which way are you going?
I'm gonna go down here where the monk went.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to pass through the shifting gravel pit.
Yeah. All right. I'll just reveal most of that area for you, and you can make your way down. So, are you carrying this woman, or is one of your men carrying her, or how's this working?
I am carrying her because I probably have the best power of them.
Yeah. So, as you pass through this room here, there's like
right?
a trickle of like it's stone floor in here, not gravel, and these are more like steps, like rocky steps leading up to this pinnacle rather than a slope. And there's like a crack in the ceiling and like light and rain trickling through. And there's like something silver. There's like a glint of silver at the top of this pinnacle that catches your eye for a moment.
Awesome. Don't care. Let's go.
All right.
Yeah, we're over here.
Do you check this way, or do you just leave?
Nope. Out right. The cave. Goodbye.
Okay, so I think so you carry her out of the cave, you're back in the wind and the rain.
Awesome. Thanks.
And all right, so you need to climb. Well, it's up to you. Do you want to go down to the village, or do you want to go up to the lighthouse?
What are the chances that someone in the village has an apothecary kit? I'm going out to the lighthouse.
All right. So, I would say this is the beginning of a new scene.
Heck.
And the scene will end like the scene will be you getting up to the lighthouse and getting to the apothecary's table.
Okay.
But this is, I'd also say this is time sensitive. So if it takes more than 3 hours, then she'll start bleeding again. Like, okay. Regardless. So this is going to be a timing test to get back up.
Right.
And let me check what the odd was last time.
It was 2, and then multiplied by 2. It was doubled, I think.
What was it? Speed test. Yeah, ob 4. So it was base 2, doubled to 4. Actually, no, that should have been. I've just realized that should have been obstacle 3 because you add modifiers afterwards. So it was base 1, doubled to 2 because you don't have climbing, and then plus 1 because it's raining. It's now ob 4 because you're also carrying someone.
All right.
So an ob 4 speed test.
All right. Can I call up my trait of fleet of foot?
No, fleet of foot is has specific conditions. Fleet of foot.
How about sprinter?
That they're already doing stuff for you. Sprinter increases your stride, which is a combat thing, and fleet of foot is a call-on in versus tests.
Ah, heck.
Sorry. I think. Fleet. Yeah, call-on for speed when racing or positioning. I guess you are racing. You're racing against the clock, so.
Link test for more guys?
Call-ons work on. So call-ons are tiebreakers. and ties only makes sense in the context of a versus test. So, if you meet the obstacle, then you succeed. So there's nothing to tie in this case.
Right.
It's a case of, I think it'll take you an hour to climb back up if you meet the obstacle, and if you are under the obstacle, it will take you longer by however much you're under the obstacle by in hours. That makes sense?
Right. Okay.
And if you're over, then you'll go faster.
Which would be impossible.
No, I'd say it like half the time or something.
It's still it's impossible for me to meet that.
What's your speed?
4, but I don't have any fate left.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
And I can't fork anything. I don't know. Can I get help from my guys finding the correct path that we used before? We've been up this cliff once already.
You failed the last test.
Shit. But we have been up this cliff before. Can I use that to help me?
Yes, but you failed the last test.
Damn it!
Just be thankful I'm not giving you a +1, like, on top of this.
For what?
For failing the last test.
Oh, crap. No.
You've got a 6, but it doesn't matter. All right, so it takes you 3 hours. So I think you managed to get back up again. It's now like 9 at night. It's like almost pitch black. And just as you get to the lighthouse, like her mouth, she's still unconscious, and her mouth just starts bleeding again.
Thanks. Okay.
Just as you're getting to the lighthouse.
All right.
So she's back. She's back to square one. But now you have an apothecary's table.
All right. Time to do this shit. Okay.
All right. So, what did I say before? Treatment with herbalism for severe wound is OB5. Did you mark those tests from before, by the way?
I don't know. I don't remember. It's been intense.
The routine field dressing and a difficult speed test. Just don't forget to mark those.
Okay.
Unless you open climbing with the speed test.
I've already got my 2 difficult speed tests.
Oh, in that case, it's nothing then. You get nothing.
Thanks. Routine field dressing. I don't know if I already counted a routine field dress. I have 1 marked down.
I think that was from treating Fasco.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Another one.
Wait, if you've already got a difficult speed test and you can't take another one, you might as well open climbing.
Oh, solid.
Yeah. And climbing speed, obviously.
All right. Okay. Well. All right.
Okay.
So I would like
to the apothecary's table.
Yeah, I would like to fork anatomy and astrology again and use my 1 persona.
I would say it's been long enough that like the situation has changed, so you can fork field dressing now if you want to.
Yes, let's do it.
But this is probably going to be like a routine test now if you fork that many things.
I don't care. I want to save this woman.
Fair enough.
All right. Artha 1.
Yeah, what's more important, someone's life or that difficult test?
Exactly. Base obstacle 5?
The difficult test, obviously. Yeah, base obstacle 5.
Oh, God, please.
And if you okay, I was going to say, if you fail, she'll get a penalty to a health test that she now has to make. Did you spend persona as well?
I expect Persona, yeah.
Yeah, you did. Okay. So, well, mark that difficult herbalism test.
Thanks. But that one first astrology die is a 6.
Oh, it is. It is. Yes, that is. So roll another. Roll an open 1d6. Okay. So 3 successes. Recovery. Severe wounds. The first die is recovered as soon as a successful medical test is test. Treatment or failed treatment for severe wounds, the injured character is bleeding to death. Okay, yeah, so you don't make it worse, but you don't help. And it takes 80 minutes. No, sorry, 50 minutes. So another hour passes, roughly. And she just has to make a health test on her own now. At Ob 4.
She's dead.
And her health is 4, so...
She's dead. And we can't help her on this.
Number of dice 4. You've already done everything you can.
Oh my god! Does she have faith?
She doesn't have
you're
faith.
kidding me!
She's just an NPC. She's like a random mortal. She doesn't have fate. I
feel for like that fight for her life. She might as well get a chance to live.
Failed recovery for severe.
Oh, so she has 3 6s.
Yeah, okay, so she doesn't die, but she's still unconscious. She's basically, the bleeding stops again. Like what you did for the last 50 minutes stops the bleeding again. But your like medical knowledge tells you that she's like the way that she's now acting. She was like unconscious before. She's now just slipped into a coma. And she won't wake up for like 1 to 3 months.
Cool. All right. Well, she's not dead.
She's not dead. She will be like maimed for the rest of her life, though.
Yeah. She's mortal. Someone
mortal
ripped out all of her fucking teeth, Will. Yep. What is it with you and removing bones from people's bodies? First, it was someone's leg. Then it was someone's. Then it was like organs from inside children's bodies. Children, Will, and now it's someone's fucking teeth. All of them. You ripped out everyone's teeth. What is with your fixation on body part removal?
Look,
do you
Exalted
just like roll a dice and it's like your body removal dice? What body part will I remove today? Let's roll a dice.
Look. All right.
Oh,
this is just
3.
What it is.
Let's take away someone's fucking teeth. You got issues, Will.
I don't. This is just Exalted is a fucked up world. This is a dark place.
You're in control. Right? You hold the reins. You're God.
Yeah, but you know.
Sometimes you just gotta rip out someone's teeth.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta rip out some innocent young monk girl's teeth. There's nothing. There's nothing wrong or weird about that. It's just that's just the game, all right? And now she's in a coma. So what are you gonna do?
Well, I have plans to take her with me when I leave. If she's in a
Are
coma,
you leaving her here, or?
I mean, I have to. There's nowhere else for her to go.
Yeah, but are you leaving someone with her, or are you?
Yes, I'm leaving one of the guys, one of the swordsmen here.
All right.
And I'm taking with me 2 other swordsmen, the archer and Faye.
Fair enough.
By the way, my hands are probably just covered in blood.
Oh yeah, you're covered in blood. Like it's like some of it is washed off from like the rain and shit, but yeah, you're not a pretty sight right now. Neither is she.
Yep. All right. Well, I set her up as best as I can. I put her on her side so that if she does start bleeding again, she doesn't choke on her own fucking blood. I mean, did we still? I don't think I ever like freed her from the bonds.
Yeah, her legs are still tied up with this weird webbing.
All right, I'm gonna untie her legs and examine this webbing.
Yeah, it's like brown and leathery. It's almost like kelp or something like that, but it's very tough and kind of stringy. You've no idea what it is.
I'd pass it around and say, have any of you seen anything like this? Pizza. Something about pizza. It's pizza.
Pizza.
Her
pizza.
face,
she
her
was
legs
bound
were
up
wrapped
with
up.
pizza.
Yep, absolutely. Aren't you so proud of me, Will? I discovered that this was pizza.
Yes, you figured it out. It was pizza all along.
You've solved my pizza puzzle.
No, I don't think none of your men know what it is. They have no way of knowing. And I think I don't think Faye has anything to help either. You could maybe use Spirits Wise to try and discern where it is.
I will use that Spirits Wise.
But it'll be a difficult test.
Fuck it, I don't care. I think I might actually need a difficult test for Spirits Wise. Where did me? Where I lost it? I do need a difficult test for Spirits Wise. Ow.
Yeah, so make an Ob 3 Spirits Wise test.
Ow.
Jennifer!
Monday!
You going pizza anytime?
Sure. They just really want me to eat pizza. Alright, Obstacle 3?
Yeah, Ob 3.
Oh, I've only got a 5. Okay, so this will be fun.
Yeah, it's a good chance of succeeding.
I did it.
Nice. 2 6s as well. Not that it mattered, but yeah. Let me think. So this is like you've not seen like this specifically before, but you've seen like it has a familiar like sense to it. Like as you're handling this stuff, it has like a lightness to it, like in weight. It feels like manifested essence. It's not from this world. Like, for lack of a better term, it's ectoplasm, but that term doesn't quite apply because it's not necessarily like ghosts,
Right.
but like it's spiritual residue.
Well,
And it obviously belongs to a spirit that you're not familiar with. Like every spirit, like, or maybe not every spirit, but like some spirits have like, excrete this stuff or like use it in different ways. Like probably Sunny Elsa's version of this would be her like threads and snares and stuff. It's like a tool that spirits. Yeah, you know what I mean, right?
right.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I post one of the men here to watch over her and make sure that I don't know if he doesn't roll off the bed or whatever.
Okay, so it's like 10 o'clock now. Are you resting here tonight, or are you going straight back in?
Let's rest here tonight because I don't want to make that climb in the dark.
Yeah, that would make the ob go even higher.
Yeah.
Or actually, no, it'd be the same because you're not carrying anyone again, I guess.
Listen, with you, there's no way to tell.
All right. So you wait it out. You go the next day. Do you do anything before you leave, or do you go straight there?
I mean, I guess I just there's nothing I can do for this woman, is there?
Not really.
Yeah. So, yep, I suppose I just go.
Fair enough. So I don't think there's now a time-dependent component to this. So I'm not going to make you test to climb back down to the cave.
Are you sure? Because I could use that climbing test.
Nope.
Dang it.
You've done this climb twice now.
Okay.
So it still probably takes you 3 hours. You're now just going the way that you know, even though it's slow. But you don't need to test.
Okay.
And yeah, you come back to the cave.
This fucking cave. Alright, I gotta find myself in the darkness, apparently. But she was just fucking dumped in some bitch ass room off in some place.
Yeah, and you're like your tracking senses like didn't pick up on this. Like she obviously got there somehow, but she didn't walk there.
All right.
So, where are you going?
Going back to the room with the shiny stuff.
Fair enough.
Here, give me the shiny.
So, yeah, you climb up these steps now sort of jagged, rocky steps. At the top, lying on the ground, kind of scattered at like. Basically, it's a box of tools, and some of them are like scattered on the ground, but most of them are still in the box. It's a set of astrologer's tools.
That's the weirdest fucking thing. Do they look special? Do
No,
they
they look
exude
like
spiritual energy?
Nope. It's just a set of mundane astrologer's tools, like a little telescope and what are those things called? Like those angular telescope things with the things.
A spyglass?
No, I can't remember what they're called, but there's like a special set of tools that you can use for like tracking the stars and like turning of the seasons and stuff. And I think they use them on ships as well to like track the horizon.
All right, I grab them.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, so add that to your inventory if you ever want to use your astrology skill as straight up astrology instead of forking it. Then you now have the tools to do that.
Nice. You know what this reminds me of? I'm playing a game recently. Really old game. Not that old. It's like a kid game called Spiral Knights.
Yeah, I've not played it, but I've heard of it.
You should totally play it. It's so cute.
A sextant. Yes, that's it. Thank you. Someone in chat. A sextant.
Someone's in chat? Hold on. What? Tell them I say hi.
one of these things. If you look on the stream.
I thought I'm not supposed to look at the stream.
No, you can now look at the stream briefly. Or just Google sextant.
Oh, chat doesn't show up for me.
Huh?
Chat doesn't show up. No wonder I didn't see anyone in chat, because no one was. They didn't see chat. Like, chat doesn't exist.
What do you mean?
It's just not showing up.
Oh, okay.
Which is weird.
Anyway, yeah, so one of these things and like a telescope and some other like measuring tools and maybe some dice or something. I don't know.
Alright, I popped out the chat. So this will never happen again.
Anyway. So.
Alright, well that's mine now. Thanks, dudes. Oh right, I've been playing a game called Spiral Knights, and there's an event going on right now called the Shroud of Apocrypha.
Right.
And the only reason I bring this up, because we're in a cave with potentially spirits. And the music sounds eerily like the music that plays, because there's a particular level in there called the Grasping Plateau, where you essentially come into like this graveyard filled with tombstones and nasty grave beetles, and your goal is to free lost souls, and you're continuously hunted by what I can only call their version of Slender Man. And sometimes he pops up and sometimes he doesn't. And I feel like at some point I'm gonna run into Slender Man in here.
Well, we'll find out.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure you got some fucking events lined up because you rolled something and nothing happened, and then you were like, you don't encounter anything while we're here.
Is that your impression of me?
No, I'm just making fun of you. That's not really my impression of you.
Okay.
It's mockery, Will.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
It's cute.
Fucking face
All
is
right, where you
cute.
go?
I've never seen your face.
You don't know what I look like. You will never know.
I'm gonna tell Ferris. Ferris, give me a picture of Will so I can mock him endlessly about how he's cute. Assumedly. Alright,
Allegedly
I'm
cute.
allegedly cute. Yeah, your fucking antics are cute, you son of a bitch. Alright, anyway, I have total respect for my DM, guys. I respect him so much. So much respect. Anyway, what's in this cave? Alright,
yeah,
no,
so
no,
as you
no.
enter this cave,
Already got complaints. Why is this cave system labeled 1, 2, 5, 6, and then in the one solitary cave that's not connected to anything, 3?
because it is now. Shh.
Swear to
As you enter this, there's nothing in here, but a flock of bats like wake up and just like flutter past you and kind of buffer you at the entrance.
Thanks.
But that's
And
about
there's
it.
nothing else in here.
There's bat droppings.
Thanks. Alright, well I'm out. Bye. Alright, I kick down these goddamn bars. Fuck it, I don't care. Kick them down.
Okay.
None of this bullshit.
They kick down very easily.
Here's where you're telling me that these bars are iron because spirits can't pass through iron, and now I've just set it free. Thanks, Jennifer.
Yeah, they're rusted to shit, so as soon as you kick one, it just chatters.
Awesome. I go back in. Denati's pretty pissed. She's like, I've had enough of this bullshit. That's it. We're going in. None of this subtle crap. Let's go.
All right, which way are you going?
You can't see me wiggling my token around, but I'm wiggling my token around. What's down this corridor?
Okay, so this leads into another like chamber.
Okay.
And
well, okay.
So
Stop
in here,
rolling your fucking dice.
So in here, it's like another like quite tall cave room, but the walls are very smooth, and on these walls are like strange etchings. Some of it is in Old Realm, and some of it is in. You don't speak the language, but you've seen someone use it a couple times. The rest is written in Silurian, which is the language of the magicians.
Denati spends one solitary moment desperately wishing someone was here because this place is fucking creepy. She just remembers the last creepy, weird, spirit-filled place that she went to, and it didn't end up very well.
Above some of the etchings, or above some of the characters, there's also like a drawing. It almost looks what's the word? Not embossed. Enameled. Like enameled into the wall is this like bright blue depiction of like it kind of looks like a river dragon, but also not. It's like a fat-ish crocodile thing. Yeah.
Okay.
It's yeah, it kind of looks like a river dragon, except that it's like it's rearing up like on its hind legs. I don't know why this is what's jumped into my head as a comparison point, but like you played Pokemon, right?
On occasion, yes, I dabble in the Pokemons.
you know Typhlosion?
Yes.
It kind of like the pose that it's doing is kind of like a Typhlosion.
I'm not going to lie, that's adorable.
But it's like a bluish enameled into the wall dragon thing, lizard creature.
Pokemon exist in Exalted. That's all I need to know, let's be real. Pokemon exist in Exalted.
As do like most Monster Hunter creatures, in my opinion. Like pretty much anything from Monster Hunter is just a terrestrial creature in Exalted.
Solid point, solid point. Lava. Oh, that's so cute.
Yeah, so that's all that's in this room. Do you do any like? Do you want to examine anything? You could try symbology or something if you have it.
Don't have symbology, Will. We've been over this 3 times now.
Sorry, I keep forgetting. It's because you took the student life path and you had the option to take symbology, but then you didn't take it. So I keep thinking you have it when you don't.
Yeah, because symbology is useless.
She says after being asked if she has it 3 times in one session.
Okay, Denati's still of the opinion that symbology is like for nerds who study magic or whatever. She studied fighting, which is the only real path to do in life.
You still took astrology though.
Yeah, that's because she's super. She fucking was raised with peasants, man. Superstitious.
All right.
Oh,
I was just checking.
you know what? I sort of have a higher education or whatever. I was taught in extremely good schools and I had extremely good grades. I was also raised in a fucking Mexican family. Whenever someone says they're giving me a maloco, I'm like, no, I'm going to church. I'm going to bless myself. None of that shit on me.
I don't know what that means.
The evil eye.
Okay.
El maloco.
All right. So, as you're turning around from that room,
Oh, bitch.
you see slithering towards you through the gravel, like a 5-foot-long eel type creature with a similar brownish colored flesh tone as the ectoplasm stuff that you found earlier.
From which direction?
From this tunnel that you're now facing. So from here, you see it like slithering through the gravel. It's not immediately antagonistic towards you.
All right. I will back up a little bit, tell everyone to back up, see what it does. But if it attacks me or rears up to attack me, I want to let loose one of my knives from elsewhere on it.
Fair enough. So looking at it, it doesn't have eyes.
Okay, that's already creepy.
In fact, it looks like a lamprey crossed with an eel.
That's disgusting.
Like it looks more like a fish than a snake actually. But it's like slithering like a snake through the gravel, through the sort of wet gravel, and yeah, as it begins to slither towards you. Like it slithered past you initially, but as you back up and away and like get your men into one place, it like does a U-turn and like starts slithering towards you.
Okay, can I take like my sword and just kind of like push it out of the way, like block it with the wide bit of it?
Just like make a wall.
Yeah, just like no, that go away.
Yeah, you put your sword down and like block its path, and it stops for a second. Like, do you slam it down or just?
No, I just kind of put it down, like no.
Right, yeah. It stops for a second, and like a kind of brightish blue tongue like flicks out and licks the tip of your blade for a second.
Gross.
And then it slithers around your blade, and it looks like it's about to go for your ankle.
All right, I'm gonna see if I can grab it. Can I try and grab it behind the head?
I think we need to make an opposed speed test.
All right, sure. Let's do it.
Because it's a slippery bastard.
Motherfucker.
All right.
So just base speed, nothing in it, and ob one.
Yeah, you just have to beat its successes.
It's one success.
Yeah. And if you match, because you're fleet of foot, you'll get to use your colon.
Fuck you.
But you beat it, yeah. All right, yeah. So it's going for your ankle, but you can grab it in time if you want to.
I grab it behind the head and just kind of like hold it while it's wiggling. It's really gross.
Yeah, it's super gross. Like your hand gets covered with the same like slimy goop as the stuff that was around the monk's legs as you pick it up, and you're like holding it like by the gills or the kind of plates behind its head, and yeah, you like lift it up and it like reveals its mouth, and its mouth is like a lamprey mouth, but it's got this like blue. No, it's not forked. It's like or it's basically a snake tongue, just it's not forked. Like that's the only difference. And it's like bright bluish white. And you think it might even be giving off like a slight glow from its tongue. And it's like, as you're picking it up and holding it in front of you, like you can see it's more like trying to bite at something. Like it's trying to bite you, but you're too strong. And you're holding it at bay.
Awesome. I don't really know what to do with it. I just kind of like turn to my guys. I'm just like, shrug? This thing in my hand, shrug? The hell is this? I don't know. I'm asking them, like, what do you think I should do with it? With my wordless shrug. Like, have you ever seen anything like this, motherfucker?
They all shake their heads.
It's funny because as I'm doing this and I'm just kind of like moving my hands like in a shrugging mode, I'm still just moving the lamprey snake in my, just wiggling it around.
yeah. I think they like back off a bit and they're like shaking their heads like, never seen anything like it, Mom.
Faye's got nothing?
Faye looks at it quizzically. She's all right. I'm gonna try another aura reading test with her. It's probably not gonna go well, but
you can do it.
She's gonna fork astrology.
Yeah, that'll go great.
Yeah.
Oh.
2 successes. All right. So Faye doesn't know what it is, but she does say, I think it's made of essence. I think this is a spirit, not a creature. Couldn't tell you what it is, though. Looks pretty horrid, she says, like cocking her head towards the moor.
No, yeah, this. I feel like if this bites me, it's gonna give off either some incredibly disgusting poison or equally terrible. I don't know if Denati would know the fucking word anticoagulant.
Probably not. Maybe as you're grasping for the word, Faye says, like, disease.
Probably, yeah. I'm just like, you think I should kill it? It doesn't seem very intelligent.
What else are we going to do with it? If we put it back, it'll try and bite us again.
We could keep it as a pet. I've always wanted a mascot. I say this with I'm very much joking, but I say it in the most deadpan voice that Denati can muster.
And I think, like, Faye nervously laughs. Like, she's not sure if you're being serious or not.
It's quite cuddly, Faye. Would you like to pet it?
I'm good, thanks. You can hang on to it if you want to.
Alright, now Denati cracks a smile and just like, if we got a pet, it would not be this.
What would Jyoti think anyway, huh?
Well, who knows? Maybe we can feed it to Jyoti.
She just shudders like at the thought. So what are you doing with it?
Well, there's not much I can do with it. I either leave it alone so it can attempt to attack us, or I can kill it. And it doesn't seem intelligent. It doesn't seem like it could potentially comprehend what I'm saying, so I guess I'm gonna kill it. See you later. Goodbye.
Alright. How do you kill it? Just like straight cleave its head off, or like killing an eel, or like how do you do it?
I guess I just cut its head off like a snake.
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, so you just like put it on the ground and chop.
Bye.
Yep, it's gone. I mean, it continues to writhe on the ground, and it's bleeding like this black blood. That seems to be like smoking as it's mingling with the water in the gravel. Continues to writhe for like a good 30 seconds or so, and then begins to slow down, and then properly dies.
Well,
as near as you can tell.
all right. Time to move forward.
Okay.
It's too bad I can't absorb other things' essences, or I could have just eaten it. Oh, let's continue going. What do these elfites see?
So as you come into this chamber, to your immediate left, sorry, no, your immediate right, you can see a larger corridor. There's also two corridors further up. It's like up the side of a big slope. And there's actually quite a few paths in this room. You'll see in a sec. But above you, like hanging over this, like actually no, not hanging over, like buried in, this is another gravelly section. Buried in the gravel are these holes, or not buried holes, but like there are holes in the gravel that seem roughly the same circumference as the eel thing that you just killed.
Awesome.
And there's
I immediately
maybe like a dozen or more of them.
I immediately gesture for silence from everyone else, like complete silence.
Yeah.
And I don't want to cross anywhere in this room, so I'm going to attempt to scoot around the edge and go here.
Okay.
I don't know what these eel things are, but I'm pretty sure they're bad.
Okay, so you're scooting around the edge there.
Yep.
Are
you
on your own or with your men?
With my men.
Okay, I think I'm gonna make you roll sneaky or stealth. Sorry.
Yeah.
And
Can I use my soundless action? No, wait, that would be Zone of Silence. Heck.
Zone of Silence. Yeah.
No, I can't do it because I already put my blades in.
You could unattune that and do it if you wanted. But otherwise, I'm gonna make Faye roll.
Oh shit, you're right. She's totally not sneaky. Alright, I'll undo my blades and I'll use Zone of Silence.
Okay. Yeah, so your two blades like just drop. And I don't think you've ever done this before in game. You've always thrown them out of elsewhere. So unattuning it, like you just hold your hand out and the two blades just like boop, boop into your hand, like out of nothing.
Awesome. I hope Jay is impressed because I literally threw two blades and then now suddenly they're coming back to me.
All right, so you can keep this Zone of Silence. So increase your attunement to 4.
Right.
And as long as you, let's see, takes 3 actions to begin, requires 2 attunement slots to sustain, affects a number of people equal to your essence exponent, not including you. So yeah, you can affect everyone since you left one guy back at the lighthouse.
Awesome. Can I have a question?
Need to roll. Yeah.
Can I go grab a pizza slice?
Yes. I'll tell you what, if you can make this roll, and then we'll take a very quick break, because I need to pee as well. So when you're using Zone of Silence stance, you need to choose. You make a stealthy test now, and depending on how many successes you get, you'll get a different benefit.
Okay.
If you look at a Zone of Silence stance.
Right.
So roll stealthy, and if you get 2 successes, you'll get +1 to obstacles against you if someone tries to observe you. If you get 4 successes, you'll double the obstacle for someone trying to observe you. And if you get 6 successes or more, then you'll become ineligible for hearing tests.
I got 2.
Nice. Okay, so anyone trying to observe you will now suffer a +1 ob. And you can keep that sustained for as long as you want.
Awesome. Time for pizza.
Cool. Be right back.
Oh, my legs.
All right, I'm back. How is chat? Anyone watching? How are you? How's your day going? Are you enjoying the session? Hey, glad you're enjoying it. And welcome. I don't think I've seen you in chat before, Dragoon Knight. So glad to have you along. Total newbie subscribed today as well. Hey, that's cool, man. Glad to be of interest to you. So I take it you've not played or seen Exalted or Burning Wheel ever at all, then? Ah, okay. You've never. Hang on. I'm gonna move the chat into thingamajig. There we go. Yeah, it's interesting. Never witnessed a game like this genre of game. Yeah, I'd say I run games very differently to how I've seen most people run Exalted. I keep it much more grounded and like realistic and like less intensely focused on a lot of the tropes of Exalted, let's say. But that's the way I like to play, and that's the way that I think Jen likes to play as well, so it works for us. Never seen this Burning Wheel system before. Yeah, it's cool. Burning Wheel is like my new favorite game. I discovered it at the beginning of this year, and it's just intensely interesting to me because everything in the game is about like conflict of interests. And I mean, you can't really, it's less apparent in this particular session because we're doing a cave crawl. But ordinarily, like in social conflicts and stuff, like the Burning Wheel system is all about like following your beliefs and instincts and like getting to the core of your character and like challenging ideas about your character and like it's all about character building and stuff. It's very cool. If you're interested for more Burning Wheel, there's the backlog of sessions for this series. We're at session 4 now. There's obviously 3 other sessions, and there's also session 0 where we did character creation. And there's also a series which I very much enjoy by a fellow named Adam Cobell, who is running he's the resident GM for the Roll20 YouTube channel, and he's running a game of Burning Wheel on that YouTube channel right now, or every week. So if you really want to know more about Burning Wheel, then those are two sources that I would recommend. I guess while we're waiting for Jen, I might as well. I can give you like a brief overview of how the game works. So front and foremost on your character sheet are your beliefs and instincts, and these are just statements about your character, things that they believe, goals that they want to achieve, etc. And it's my job as GM to challenge these and to throw like conflict at these ideas and to either try and make them change their opinion or to validate their opinions. Instincts are like little things that can like break the game in like a good way. So they're things that can boo Nellens. Shh, don't say that to Jen. Instincts are like things like when it these are things that can like never catch you out. So you know, if you've always you can write an instinct that's like always have a knife on me, and then the GM can never be like you don't have a knife. But it can also be used for like getting yourself in trouble, and this is usually where the instincts come up, because they'll give you the points that this game is like built around, called Artha. So that the instincts are usually like if-then statements or when or while statements. You can kind of write them like code, but you can also inject character into these things as well. And then traits are things that are assigned at character creation and can be assigned later on in the game as well through gameplay. And these are things that can potentially get you in trouble. They can also get you out of trouble. Some of them have rules, like die traits. They can give you special effects, or call-on traits can usually break ties in or out of your favor. And if these get you in trouble or like take the story in a new unforeseen direction, or just complicate your life in some way, then you'll get more of that Artha. Then there's also relationships, which is very similar to Exalted's mechanics for intimacies. And then, you know, gears, possession, etc. And then testing in this game, testing skills, it's similar to Exalted in that you have a dice pool, except you're rolling d6s, and there's a thing in this game called the shade, which is kind of like your potential to do well. So each of your stats, attributes, and skills has a number assigned to it that we call the exponent. So that's these numbers here, this 3, this 2, and so on. This is how many d6s you roll. And then this B here, BGW, this is black, gray, and white. This is the shade. And if it's black shade, then on a 4 or above, you'll get a success. If it's gray, then on a 3 and above, you'll get a success. And if it's white, then on a 2 and above, you'll get a success. So the shade doesn't necessarily mean that you're like better at something. It's that it doesn't mean that you're strictly better at achieving more, but it's like a potential. Luke Crane, the writer of this game, describes it as like a burning fire. So like the hotter the flame, the whiter, the more potential. And then yeah, you're given obstacles. So like obstacle 3 on 3 dice. So you have to get all 3 of those above, or 4 or above on 3 dice, which is pretty tough. So and then progression in this game works by just testing these skills repeatedly. So it's a bit like Skyrim in that fashion, where if you just keep doing something, then you'll eventually get good at it. But to avoid what Luke calls test mongering, there's another rule called roll or say yes, or sometimes say yes or roll. And this is basically, if there's no reason for you to roll, if there's nothing at stake, then you don't need to roll, and the GM should just say, no, that's fine. You can do that without a problem. Because it's a character's failures usually that is what drives a story. Or it's when there's something at stake. That's what drives the story, I should say. And then the rest is just like the rest of the character sheet. This is a worksheet for building the character in the first place. It's quite a complicated game, I should say, but you can take it in chunks. You can sort of build up from a level base, and it gets more and more complicated, but it doesn't have to be, which is nice. So this looks like it could be quite complicated, but once you kind of understand what's going on, it simplifies a bit, I feel.
Don't trust him. Everything is hard and lies.
Hello.
What's up?
Do you have pizza?
I do have pizza. I also went to go use the bathroom because Mexican food is really good, but it's very dangerous.
How much did I pay for this game? I've probably put about £100 into this game now. So I bought the Burning Wheel Codex like earlier in the year, because it was like in a random shop in London for like £40. And then Burning Wheel Gold, the base book for this game, has been out of print for like the last 9 months or something, until just recently. And so as soon as it went back on sale, I bought a copy, and that still hasn't arrived, but I spent like £60 on the book and like shipping combined. It should arrive tomorrow. I really hope it does. But in the meantime, I'm using an illegally torrented PDF of the game because, yeah.
Call the police.
But I bought the game. Like, I own the game. It's just not arrived yet, so I don't feel too bad. Yeah, so the books are kind of expensive. It's $30 or so for the base book. But it's a big book, and it's a beautiful book. Definitely worth it, in my opinion. Reported. Yeah. Cool. Okay, you ready to get back into it, Jen?
No.
No.
Emotionally, no.
Emotionally, no. Okay. So, so you've activated your zone of silence stance, and you're trying to sneak past now.
Mm-hmm.
You got 2 successes on your stealthy roll, and I'm going to include that in the stealthy roll to just get past these worm things. And then they will roll observation with a +1 penalty, so they'll need 3 or more successes to spot you. Which is not even going to be possible. These things have an observation of 1, so yeah, you sneak past. There's no point in even rolling. They don't have fate. So
nice. Get fucked, snakes. I call them lakes, lamp snakes.
Lamp snakes, yeah.
Lamp snakes.
Cool. Yeah. So you sneak past.
Haha! Fuck you. I do not celebrate, nor do I say that, because that would probably attract them.
Well, also you have a zone of silence, so no one can talk right now.
Oh,
like,
right. So I say anyway, haha! Fuck you.
You're physically incapable of speech right now, so.
Alright. What am I looking at?
3 more passageways. 2 leading down, 1 leading up.
I feel like the one leading up is just going to lead to the chute from off of number 5. What do I see if I peek in this one?
It goes down, similar to the 2 blocked off chutes that you found earlier, except this one isn't blocked off.
Right.
Same deal with this one.
Mm-hmm.
And the one above, or the one here, seems to lead up towards a chamber of some description.
Alright, I see a chamber then. I will go here.
Okay. So you come into a room full of corpses.
Okay, nope, turn around. Alright, let's check what's up here in this tunnel.
Fair enough.
No, fine, I'll go look at the fucking room full of corpses. God damn it. Maybe one of them will be the lighthouse guy.
Yeah, the room is full of corpses. Or not brimming full. There's 6 or 7.
It's just got corpses in it.
6 or 7 dead bodies.
Right.
They're wearing tattered, like, mangy clothes. They look dirty. Mortals. They look poor.
That bitch! That's what you wasn't telling me! That people were disappearing! And that's why people are so suspect!
Yeah, these look like villagers.
Ah, son of a bitch!
Um,
I thought this was just routine, but no! Fucking dead people everywhere. What'd they do? Run out of room at number 14 and they had to dump that monk in number 8?
all of them are missing their teeth.
Oh god, that's so fucking gross! Will!
And there's another dead body in there as well, different from the villagers, that you can only suspect belongs to this sorcerer.
Oh, he's dead?
Yeah. He's wearing like greenish robes with like inlaid silver filigree like on the hemming. Mm-hmm. Like much richer looking clothes than the other people. He's not carrying much. Or well, I don't know if are you searching him or
I'm not gonna search him just yet. I would, however, like to examine the oldest looking body. How old are we talking? We're talking skeletons, or just like this is clearly a decomposing body?
They've been here upwards of a month.
All right.
Or no, downwards of a month. Like between, some of them have been here longer than others. The longest one is maybe a month old. In fact, the oldest one is the sorcerer.
Interesting.
Also missing his teeth.
Also missing his teeth, okay. So, here we got Denati's taking down some notes. Here we got...
You're like a detective. Like, you just walk in, like, open a flip book and just, like, start taking notes.
Yep. Sorry, tell me what we got here in this crime scene. Well, we've got about 6 dead bodies. One of them looking to belong to that lighthouse guy. All of them missing their teeth. I'd say the oldest is maybe A month? Yes, interesting. Have you dusted for prints yet? No, we haven't gotten around to it. No, ma'am. Alright. Okay. So far, if the oldest one is the Lighthouse Guide, I can only assume that he was the first. And if he was the first, coming in here, after saying that he was after saying that he was going to attempt to contact this elemental, my only suspicion can be that he has excuse me. He has either summoned something beyond his control, and it has rampaged, stolen everyone's teeth, and kidnapped a couple villagers and killed them, as well as nearly that monk. Or he has actually angered the elemental somehow, but that doesn't make sense if the monk said that the god of this region was pleased with the village. I say this out loud to my men, and look at them. Yes? No?
I think the men shrug.
Thanks.
Faye says, yeah, that seems to add up. Afraid I don't know too much about summonings.
Neither do I.
Fair enough.
No, Denati says that, neither do I.
Yeah, she's like, fair enough. What kind of monster steals teeth? Rhetorical question, obviously.
No, Denati's thinking about it. What kind of monster does steal teeth? Well, so far, the only experience that she's had with things like elemental would probably be Ur-Menzhao. And he was a salt god. And when he got pissed off, he summoned a whole bunch of salt bugs. And, like, there was all this
There was
crazy
also
the murders.
bramble mold, bramble something, the wood spider.
Yes.
Maury's wood spider. That was an elemental.
Yeah, Ur-Menzhao basically traveled through salt and started killing people with salt poisoning. Bramblebold was... Oh god, no, don't start watching Attack on Titan. Don't do it. Don't listen to this.
Wait. You want me to watch Attack on Titan Season 2 because it's awful?
No, don't do it. It's not worth it. It's not worth your life, man.
No,
it's like drugs. Don't do it.
I know it's not worth it. But it's just funny because, like, most people who tell me to watch Season 2 tell me to watch it because it gets better. But that's hilarious if it gets worse.
This guy's leading you down dark path, Will. Dark paths.
Thanks, man. Thanks for tuning in. See you around.
Yeah, see you later. I don't really know what Bramblebold was doing besides just, like, going through trees and shit. Oh no, he was messing with people with his illusion magic, right?
Mm.
And this, in retaliation, apparently, they've stolen, whoever is responsible has stolen teeth and left them to bleed to death. My only guess is that the spirit is actually 7,000 years old and they stole his dentures.
And they stole what?
His dentures. That's it. I've cracked the case. Thank you, Will. You can hand me my medal now. I sort of like mentioned that to like just the group in general.
Like you're going over these past cases like out loud.
Yeah, mostly the ogre shard one.
Presumably, you've dropped your zone of silence stance then.
Yes,
All
I'm
right.
just mouthing words apparently.
Remove your 2 attunement.
Can I throw my knives back into elsewhere?
Yeah.
Awesome. Put it to 3. Alright. So I remark on Ochre Shard and Bramble Bolt, mostly Ochre Shard, because this is the only thing that, if he's angered, this is the only kid that's the only one that potentially could follow along in the same sort of path. He got angry and he would travel through salt and kill people via salt poisoning. And if this man angered this elemental, then in retaliation he's stealing teeth and leaving them to bleed to death. In his notebook, he said that the elemental was some sort of coastal, or winged coastal elemental, or water coastal, I can't remember. I've already messed up. Some sort of coast elemental. But that wouldn't line up as to why he's stealing teeth. So my guess is that it's the summon that's doing this? And if it is, and if he lost control, then it must be powerful indeed. We must keep our wits about ourselves and stay close. There'll be no breaking off in groups. Alright, so I guess that's my fucking soliloquy done.
As you finish saying that, there's another like weird squealy dog whelp thing come from down this chamber, and you also hear a second echo of it from this chamber too, like a second later.
Okay, that makes me think that somewhere up there these 2 chambers are connected, so I'm gonna go up here.
Okay. So this is a big cavern. I haven't revealed it all yet, but you can tell just by shining your light out that this is a big expanse ahead of you.
I will step up to the doorway.
So the slope continues down. It's more rocky again now.
Mm-hmm.
And what's the scale on this again? 12 feet. Yeah, so I'd say like I'm gonna reveal the whole room to you, but bear in mind that your lantern range only goes about 20 feet. So you won't see all of this, but I'm just revealing the size of the area to you. And I guess you're feeling the air technique would sense this. Like you can sense roughly the scale of this room.
Oh, wow. Is that water?
Yeah, well, you don't know that, but there's some pit at the center of the room. Like it slopes down. towards this like, yeah, this big pit. I guess I can add an aura onto your thing, actually. Here you go.
Oh, okay. All right. Do I hear that dog yelp again?
No, not right now.
I will step closer. Any responses?
I think there's there's like a skittering, very quiet, somewhere above, maybe to the left, or it might have been coming from below. It's difficult to tell with the echoes in this chamber.
Can I use my all-encompassing earth sense to sense if it's if it's not above, if it's near me?
It's not. There's, yeah, you can't pinpoint it exactly. It's not like super close. It's on the other side of the room, wherever it is.
All right, but it's touching the floor. Then it's not in the air.
Yeah.
Okay. I will step farther.
Let me just roll a thing.
Okay, I was gonna introduce myself.
Well, so I think there needs to be an opposed stealthy versus observation here.
Okay.
So you roll observation, it's rolling stealthy.
Can I roll because I have all-encompassing earth sense?
I would say your all-encompassing earth sense and your feeling air technique combined are like what's allowing you to make this observation test, so you don't get a bonus from it.
Heck.
But if you draw, then one of them is a call-on, I think.
What the +7 stealthy? Jesus! Got a 6, but no fade.
Oh wait, feeling the air technique is a +1 die trait for observation tests while inside, so roll an extra die.
Oh.
And all-encompassing is a damn. Okay, so if you'd got that, then you would have then used all-encompassing earth sense as a call-on to break the tie in your favor.
Well, rest in pieces.
So close, but no cigar. Yeah, so I'd say I take it back then, actually. You don't know where this thing is. You know there's something in here, you've no idea where.
All right. So I just hear a skittering somewhere.
Yeah,
but
and then it goes deathly quiet.
Okay. I step forward with my group behind me. I very quietly tell them to be very much on their guard. Sort of like facing outwards, You know, look
Yeah.
to the side to side, up, everywhere. All right.
So like a little pentagram of
Yeah.
a pentagon shape. Yeah.
And I say, I am Nellens Denati. I know that you have been visited in the past month by a man. I don't know his purpose. If he has done anything to you, we can help. I know there is an elemental here. If you come out, we can talk.
There's no response. It's like talking to a brick wall, or talking to the darkness in this case. Just at the tip of your vision, directly ahead of you, you can see like a very slight glinter of quite still water reflecting back at you.
Okay. I will continue talking as I edge my way around this water. I've seen the corpses. I know you left a monk in a cave alone to die. I know you've taken things from them. Is there a reason? Anything you'd like to discuss? Nothing?
No, nothing.
Alright, I will continue walking around the edge of the pool till I get to the other side. Do I see anything? Anything in the what is this? Gravel, sand, or stone?
It's mostly stone. It's like quite jagged. It's yeah, it's layered. There's places where there's like a full-on 10-foot drop, and there's other places where it's more staggered. But each of these gray lines is a 10-foot drop down, roughly.
Okay.
And yeah, there's a pool in the center, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You're about 100 feet, or the pool, based on like where this is at now. This cliff is like 100 feet down into the cliffside. So you're not sure whether this is like an underground lake or whether it connects to the ocean.
Right. The village is on the coast, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like how far away from the sea?
Well, parts of the village are like right next to it.
I would hazard a guess that if the village was right next to it, this thing might be connected to the ocean. That's how he's grabbing them. I heard noises coming from this cave. Are you in pain? You need help? What worries me is that if this is an elemental, it might just literally not be able to talk to me. Still no response?
Still no response. It's going to... oops. It's going to act, though. You still don't know where it is.
Thanks.
But you suddenly hear this like it's like a shaking sound of like it's almost like a rattlesnake sound. Like a
great, it's a giant fucking lamprey.
And there's like a refracted flash of blue-white light bounces from somewhere, you're not sure where, off the surface of the water and into your eyes. And what's your will?
That's a good question. Nope, I don't want the chat. I would like my profile, please. My will is 5.
All right. Is there anything I can...
Is there anything I can fork with this? Does that try to like fucking take over the mind?
Is there anything I can fork with this? No. Damn. So close.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
So you like this light hits you, blinds you for a second, like not enough to cause a steel test, but you don't feel you don't hear a voice, but you feel a compulsion to turn your lamp light off, to like put all of your lights out, and then it fades. You manage to like mentally knuckle through it, so to speak.
All right, I will say to my men, be careful. Yes, it wants us to turn off the lights. Whatever this thing is, it doesn't like the light. Faye,
what are you doing?
I'm gonna ask Faye to see if he could possibly sense where this thing is.
So I think Faye is going to...
One more of those legendary aura reads.
Yeah, she hasn't got much else, so aura reading it is. And she's gonna add astrology again, because why not? She's got... I don't think she's going to spend persona on this, but she's got fate if she needs it. What's this thing's... How many successes did it get on stealthy? I got 3 successes, so I'll call the op 3.
Yeah,
oh, she got a 6, and that's on her astrology die. So, open die, 1 black.
Oh.
Yeah, all she can say is, I think it's above us. I can't be sure, though. This whole room is choking with a foul essence. And I think at that point, it's going to drop attack on you.
Thanks.
And given that neither of you managed to observe its location, I'm going to say all it needs to do is succeed to hit you.
And then it'll swallow me whole. Thanks. Now we figured out your boar fetish, too.
Okay, let me just check this. So I think it'll be oh, actually no, wait. Let's check the fight interactions. Let me just check this. So I'd say because you're dumbfounded by its location, you're effectively standing and drooling. So a strike versus a stand and drool is
Just up one.
Up one, yeah. Zero Arthur, base obstacle 1. Oof.
Wow!
Wow. It comes down with a slashing claw. Its add is 2, and that's 2 above. Oh god, I'm so sorry. You take a B10.
Excuse me?
Yeah. You don't have armor, right?
No!
Yeah. So I think Faye says, yeah, this place is choking with essence, and then, or a foul essence, and then you hear like a sort of shing sound, and then a drop, like a whoosh, and then slice into your arm with this horrific, like long, almost scythe-like set of claws, just digs into your shoulder. What is a B10 for you?
A light.
A light. Okay, I think you need to make a steel test.
Do I?
Yeah, give me a sec.
It's only a light wound. I'm fine. I get a wound dice.
Yeah, you get a wound dice. Character. You can yeah, you can attempt to shrug off the pain.
Okay.
Like this doesn't heal, but you can make an ob force health test to try and grit your teeth through the pain and then ignore the wound penalty for now.
Okay.
And
I'll try. I'll try for the health test.
Steel. Pain. Injury. God damn it. light wound. Did you make the test? No.
Oh, because you haven't told me whether I should or not.
Yeah.
Like, yes,
so you
do I
can.
go for it?
I think you can shrug it off after. Make the steel test first.
Okay.
Steel and pain. There it is.
5.
Nice. Anytime a character suffers a -1d or greater injury,
Oh
they must
my
take a steel
God.
test.
Check out the
What?
numbers.
Wow. Yeah, steel is naturally open-ended. Wow. The severity of the wound is subtracted from the steel before the test is made. Yeah, that did that already. So you got 5 successes, so you don't hesitate. Because your will is 5.
I slash at this bitch. I'm ready. Time to fight.
Yeah, okay, so now you can make a health test. And I think it'll be the first action of your fight to do that.
Oh, God.
Well.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
All
So
successes.
it was ob 4, so that was a. Wow, your health is 6.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so that was a. That was a routine health test for you. God, Denati is tough.
Yeah.
B10 would have killed anyone else, probably.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, so this thing drops down, and then we can go into combat now, but let me describe this thing to you first. It is lean and angular and cowled in like leathery, like brownish green flesh, like the skin on the smaller things that you saw earlier.
Right.
Kind of pebbly texture to it, stretched tightly over its bones, and it has many fingered hands with very sharp scythe-like claws, as you've just experienced. It's probably about 7 foot tall if it stood upright, but it's got a sort of simian gait. And yeah, it has this like long muzzle and a blank expanse of skin covering it, save for this lamprey-like mouth emitting a pale glow. And yeah, it's completely blind other than that.
Okay. Is there a picture of this thing?
Ways. Yes, but I'll send it to you after because there's something else about it which I haven't revealed yet.
Okay.
So it's up to you. Do you want to go into fight, or do you just want to bloody versus this?
Ah, shit.
I think your belief about this thing has failed.
Yeah.
So typically, like, fight is reserved for things that you have beliefs written about. So it's up to you.
Well, I mean, this thing literally did attempt to kill me, and it hasn't responded to anything I've done so far, and it refuses to talk to me, which I'm thinking that it just might not be capable of it. So,
Considering its
unfortunately,
head is a fish, yeah. Up to you.
I mean, I just don't know how I could peacefully try to resolve this. It's clearly out for blood.
Yes. I mean, so you haven't hesitated. So you have the next action. You have the highest stride. So I was about to say, like, your men are going to react in a second and probably try and impale it on halberds or swords or whatever. Spears.
Yeah, I'm gonna just try to kill it.
But you have the leading action now.
I'm just gonna chop at it and try and kill it. As to whether or not it'll be fight or bloody versus, I mean, both of them are probably gonna fuck me over. Secondary question: if I pass this health test and I grit through the pain, what does this mean for my combat? Do I still keep the wound dice? Or what?
Remove the wound dice from your character sheet, and we'll just remember that you have it, and we'll add it back at the end of the fight.
All right.
Because otherwise, it will automatically account for it in the thingamajig.
I feel like bloody versus is gonna fuck me over, but I feel like that's probably the better option. I don't know.
Well, I'd say it's had. Yeah, I'd say given that you didn't hesitate, you didn't even flinch. I'd say that this is actually like still in the same action as its attack on you, so you can respond with a strike of your own, and it will be. I guess it'll also be of one because it's not expecting you to be resilient.
Well, I will swing at it, I suppose.
You sound so enthralled.
I'm sad. I thought I could do it, but no, this thing's just determined to fucking kill me.
This thing's a monster.
Alright, so if I use sword, can I also unleash my daggers at it if it's like one of them instant? I don't know how that works.
It's not instant. It takes an action. Normally, it takes 2 actions to throw a weapon in this. Right. With your hidden chakra method, it now only takes 1. So it's up to you. You can sword it or you can throw a dagger at it, but not.
I will sword it.
Okay. So describe. So it's just dropped down. It's clawed into your shoulder. How do you react?
Alright, well, my sword has been in my hands basically since I stepped back into this cave. There is trouble all afoot here. And as soon as it leaps down from the ceiling or wherever, trying with like its hands out, trying to embed itself in my shoulders, I feel the pain in the first instant. And it's like Denati does. I don't even think. As soon as it like has dropped down fully, and I feel that pain, my sword swings from like bottom up in a diagonal, trying to slash at its front.
Fair enough. Okay. So roll that sword test.
I don't know if I can fork anything in sword.
I don't think the way you've described it will allow you to fork brawling. I don't think you can fork anatomy because this is completely alien to you.
Yep.
Can
I fork it trouble-wise?
You could fork spirit-wise. Spirit-wise, you're fighting a spirit.
Oh, awesome. I'll take that. Oh, this is gonna end up badly, probably.
It's odd 1.
Oh, never mind. I don't have any fate, otherwise I would have totally re-rolled those 3 6s.
Okay. So what's your actually what's the add on your sword? On your sword swing.
The add 2.
2. Okay, yeah. So that's a superb. What's a superb?
Oh.
Sword?
A B12.
B12. All right. I don't think I calculated this thing's health. Let me just do that quickly.
I'm so sorry.
Kill it. Its mortal wound is 12. You one-shot it.
Oh my god! I'm so sorry.
That's
I
fine.
thought I could help, but I didn't.
Like, well, okay, it's taken a mortal wound. Like it's about to die, right? So this thing drops down. It like slams a claw into your shoulder, like digs in like a fucking knife, like a good 2 or 3 inches.
Several
like
knives,
it hits
probably.
the bone of your shoulder, and then you just instinctively, without even flinching, just swing your sword like overhead and just like cleave it almost in twain.
Okay.
And I think like you cleave it like down part of its face, and as this happens, like part of its face basically falls off, and you see it's like it's got this bright blue tongue with like a white flare at one end, and it has these bright silver, like hundreds of bright like silver razor sharp teeth filling its entire like 2-foot long snout like head. And the bright like flame of the tongue like reflects off of these silvery teeth as it like falls to the ground and quivers.
All
and
right.
you're like, and then a second later, your men are like, "Whoa! What the fuck was that? What even just happened? Huh?" Like,
Oh no, these poor guys. Oh, all of them would have died if it had hit anyone else.
oh yeah,
Oh, they would have just been eaten alive.
yeah.
Why did I think I could have a mercenary? These guys are mortals. These guys are mortals. Why did I think I could have a mercenary company full of fucking mortals?
Your mortals, your dude's mortal wound is B10. Sorry, B9. So yeah, they would have instantly died. So this thing isn't dead yet, right? If you get one above the mortal wound, then it insta-kills them. If you meet the mortal wound, it's like about to die. So you can finish it, or you can just leave it to bleed out.
I immediately tell everyone to back away from this thing. I want everyone to get closer to the wall and just back up. I don't want anyone near like 10 feet of this motherfucker. Alright. Once I am assured everyone's safe, I will examine this thing from a distance.
It's like shaking on the floor like some uncontrollable spasm. Getting a closer look at it, you can, without getting too close, obviously, you can see why people mistook it for a hag, because this like blackish brown pebbly skin that like covers its whole body from its back does very much look like a tattered hood. And the way that it's walking is like very stooped, or the way that it presumably walked is like very stooped and yeah, simian, like almost like an old lady or something of that nature. And yeah, it's like writhing around, like black blood is like pooling out of it in gouts and like seeping down the rocks and into the water. And as it hits the water, it's like smoking.
All right, so question.
It's not screaming, like it's not. It's just like silently writhing.
That's disturbing. Does this? I want to take a look at its like hands. You said they were like claws.
Yeah.
I mean, does this look like the sort of thing that someone would use to rip teeth out?
They're very like they're like huge human hands, except for the like very long, sharp, scythe-like fingernails, and they're very bony, but they're otherwise like presumably somewhat dexterous. Alternatively, it might it could probably use its huge mouth full of teeth to rip other teeth out.
I'm just kind of wondering how it would get any bit of its mouth inside something like as small as a human mouth, but sure. That's disgusting to think about. Oh god, that's so gross. Alright, I just kind of like... So this thing is it's dying. Very much dying.
Yeah, you can kill and blow it, or you can just leave it to bleed out.
I mean, just to be sure, can I just ghost fire blade it?
Yeah. I mean,
just in case?
It's material.
That's okay, I'll do it anyway, just to be sure.
It's not a spirit, so holy well.
That's totally okay.
It's not a ghost. Yeah, you can. Yeah, I mean, there's no roll to be made here, but you can definitely ghost fire blade it if you really want to.
All right, listen. We fucking fireballed the huge guardian or whatever, and I asked you specifically, hey, is that thing for real dead? It's not coming back, right? And you said, no, it's not coming back. And then I found out later you fucking lied to me. And because we hadn't ghost fire bladed it, it was still going to come back at some point.
I realized after the session that you didn't ghost fire blade it, and it was a ghost, and that matters with ghosts. It doesn't matter with other spirits.
Well, Denati's fucking jaded now. She'll do it.
Okay, fair enough. Like, you can do what you want, but there isn't a roll to be made here. That's my point. You don't get a test for ghost fire.
Okay, no, I don't want a test. I just want to kill it.
Yeah. I'm just uploading this picture to Discord now so you can see it. This thing's horrible. Like,
thanks.
It's terrifying.
Oh, God. I think the only thing that I got that mattered... Well, you know what? No, none of those 3 rolls that I rolled fucking incredible on mattered because they're routine. Because it was just basic tests.
I probably should have made the ob higher. I probably could have made it like its speed or something, but
it's too late.
Given the kind of ridiculousness of like the fact that you tanked that hit, I felt it was appropriate that it would be just as stunned. Like,
oh, I punched something and it didn't die?
Yeah, I mean, you've got a B. What is it? A B5 sword skill?
Yes.
Yeah, like you've really got to like find something. Like, yeah, you to get tests in that at that point, you've really got to challenge yourself. Granted, this probably should have been more challenging than it ended up being, but anyway,
I'm sorry. What the fuck is that?
Yeah. So Denati doesn't know this, but I'm going to tell you anyway. This thing is known as a Galmao. It's terrifying. It's also known as a hooded lantern. It's also known as a hooded lantern, or a progeny of the answers to the earth, and it is a first circle demon.
Ah, so it is a summon.
Denati doesn't know this, but
if Ira were here, he would tell me, yes, you were right. He summoned something that he completely lost control of. I think. I don't know. All right. Well.
And I'm showing this on stream if anyone's still watching. This is what Denati just one-shotted.
It's disgusting. And I'm upset that you would bring this in front of me.
Yeah.
Progeny
When it
of the
wishes to
ant-
illuminate its surroundings, it grasps its lips and draws them back, peeling away the skin from its head like a hood. Its snout rises and unfurls into a flower of ivory fangs with a blazing blue-white tongue lashing at its heart.
Oh, they greatly fear fire. That's why.
Huh?
Apparently, they greatly fear fire.
Where'd you read that?
I just looked it up.
Well, now you're ruining it.
It's one thing. It's got, you know what its fucking thing is in the Exalted wiki? You know what it looks like? It's one line. Progeny to the answer of the earth. They're hooded creatures, also called the hooded lanterns. They greatly fear fire. That's it.
Oh, fair enough. Yeah, this isn't a big entry. Fair enough. There's other disgusting shit about this creature that's not listed on that wiki page then.
I want to know. Tell me more just things about this disgusting creature.
No, you'll find out later. So, what are you doing with this corpse?
What do you mean? I'll find out later.
Or you late, or you won't. But I'll tell you after session if it doesn't come up.
Okay. Well, it's totally dead now, right?
No, it's still writhing. Like it's.
I thought I killed it. I said I ghost fire bladed it.
Oh yeah, you did. You did. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's super dead.
All right. Awesome. Super dead. All right. I look out into the cavern and I say, whatever this was, it's dead. Anyone else in here?
Nothing.
So, this fucking sorcerer dude was clearly out of his fucking mind when he said there was an elemental in here.
No, you just haven't found it yet necessarily, or it's dead.
Oh, that's I'm gonna take my lantern. I'm gonna just kind of like peek into the water. I don't see like any dead corpses of spirits here, do I?
It's a deep, deep well. Like it seems to go down and down and down into some network of underwater caves.
All right, can I throw a pebble in it? Just kind of bloop.
Bloop.
Nothing. All right.
There's parts of this caravan that you still haven't explored, though.
This is a good point. I mean, I don't know if it's worth it to explore at this point because Denati is severely grossed out. This thing touched her, and it was disgusting. All right. Well,
So I think that the fight ends, and you realize like, oh shit, I'm bleeding really bad from my arm. Like
it's a light wound. I'm fine.
Yeah, but you're add the wound penalty back on now.
Okay. All right. Okay. Well, I'm going to drag.
Actually, light wounds don't bleed, so like, I guess it wasn't that deep. Yeah, so you're not bleeding, but it hurts. Like it's a deep cut, but it like maybe it's at like just the right angle that it's like not bleeding.
My muscles are so dense they don't bleed. All right. I kind of don't want to get attacked by any of those things. But I do want this body. I want to drag it with my dudes because there's apparently nothing else here. And I want to see if I can try to punch out this blockade here.
Why? You have a way back.
Around these fucking hell beasts here.
All right. Yeah, I mean you can, but it'll take time.
All right, fine. I'll go with the fucking hell beasts.
It's up to you.
All right, here we go. Time to. I don't even care. I'm just gonna hustle out of here.
Okay.
See you later,
Make a
guys.
speed test. Make a speed test.
With my dudes. That'll be great.
Yeah, actually, they'll make it because they're the slowest.
Thanks. Don't you fucking fail me now. God damn it! Jesus! See, in normal Exalted, that would have been like a fucking
Okay, so
legendary success, but no.
I think like you get past, Faye gets past, one of your men gets past, 3 of your men, like these snake things, like come out of the burrows as you're running
There's only
past.
2 of them left. There's 4. I left one of them behind, remember?
Oh yeah, okay. Okay, in that case, actually, I'll roll a die of fate. 5. Hang on. Let me state the conditions. Even, it's Faye. Odd, it's one of your men. Okay, so all 3 of your men get bitten by these snakes, things, lamprey creatures, as you're running out.
Okay.
And they're like leeches. Like they bite and then they're attached, and the men
All right.
cry out as you're running away.
Nope, run all the way out.
Okay, yeah. So the lamprey creatures are still attached.
Yep, come on.
Okay. You run out into the cave, back into the storm. And the men are like limping and bleeding.
Good, fine. In the mouth of the cave, I don't want to go out into the storm. We still have the fucking corpse of this thing, right?
Yeah, you're like dragging it, right?
Yes.
Like leaving a trail of like smoky black blood in the watery gravel behind you, yeah.
Yep. All right, so I want to. No, this is metagaming. I can't do that.
What?
I wanted to say I use the lantern and try to burn them off, maybe, but.
Yeah, that's metagaming.
In a game that encourages metagaming, but whatever.
In a game that encourages a specific kind of metagaming.
I'll try to like
make a spirits-wise test or something.
I will make the spirits-wise test, but if I fail, I would like to remove them by like puncturing them, possibly in the face. I don't actually know how to get rid of leeches.
I think if you succeed, you'll know to burn them off. If you fail, I think you just like you badly attempt to like pull them off.
Gross.
And like chunks of flesh come with them.
Terrible. All right.
And yeah, I think because you're I'm saying this actually, I think this is an anatomy test actually, but you can fork spirits wise.
Okay. That's distinctly less good.
Or it could be field dressing.
Can I fork in field dressing?
Yeah, you could fork field dressing.
Awesome. I don't actually know what field dressing is at, so maybe I want to use field. Field dressing is better.
Actually, I'd say it is field dressing because you're like, yeah. Let's turn this into treating the creature, treating your men from these creatures in the best way that you know how. Anatomy is like knowing stuff about the body. Field dressing is first aid. So I'd say, yeah, this is field dressing. You can fork anatomy because you're now treating humans, and you're And you can fork spirit wise.
Okay.
But describe to me what you're doing first.
All right. So first, I want to set them down so they're not having blood just rush through their bodies and into the waiting mouths of these gross things. And then I kind of want to see first off how they're attached.
They're like lampreys. They're bitten on. It's like a circle of teeth just incissoring into like maybe one of them's on the calf, one of them's like on the thigh of another, and another one is like wrapped around the ankle. And they're also
Gross.
like trying to constrict the leg as well, like wrapping their entire body around, trying to like cut the blood circulation off and stuff. Like it's intense.
That's some disgusting shit. All right. Well, at that point, I'm gonna try to figure out how to basically make them unlatch. Because if they unlatch, then I can unwrap them from wherever they're wrapped around. But I shouldn't do it the other way around because that would be bad. What's the ob?
Say ob 3 because there's 3 of them. Nice.
Oh, thank God.
Yeah, I think maybe you.
Oh, I still have my wound penalty.
That's with the wound penalty. Yeah. I think. Yeah, in the process of like trying to treat these things, like you're holding your lantern close to them to like to see better, and the heat and the flame like makes them like quiver and like unlatch, and they're like trying to escape the flame.
Okay. Then I will use the flame from the lantern to at least make them unlatch, unwrap them, and then kill them.
Yeah, fair enough. I don't think there's a test there. I think this field dressing also counts for like treating them. But it's like half an hour of sitting in this cave mouth after you've killed the lampreys, of like binding their wounds and like shit like that. And
awesome, another field dressing routine test.
I think Faye's been sitting off to the side. She's not really been able to help. She's not medical or anything like that.
Right.
But she's been thinking while you've been dealing with this. And I think she says, those things, those snake things, they look awful similar to that. And she like kicks the bigger one that you dragged out.
Yeah. But if that's true, then they couldn't have been present before.
What?
Like I said, if that's true, then they couldn't have been present before.
Yeah. But you think they're related?
It's possible. I think we could just clear out the entire nest.
I think we should. What if these are its kids?
Gross. Denati's like gonna go back to her teen days and just literally reply, gross. And then she kind of like, that'd probably be bad. All right. All right, Faye, come with me. The rest of you sit here. and stay off those legs.
They just mumble in like. I think they're kind of annoyed. Like they've been dragged around this cave. They haven't got to do much, and now they've been bitten. Like they're demoralized, but they're happy to sit there in the shelter and not have to go back in and fight more of these bastards.
Yep. I say to them, listen, you know that if this was a hag of some sort, or some other person that we could have potentially fought, on a similar level, that's what we came in here expecting. We didn't come in here expecting that. Kind of point to the steaming corpse of crap.
Yeah.
I think you guys did well. This was a, how do I say a steel test without having to say steel test?
This has been a test of our metal or something. I don't know. I think
Consider this a test of your metal.
Metal is probably the word you're looking for. Okay. Do you want to test here? Like, do you want to?
No, I just want to tell them that, like, they didn't do anything, but that's not a bad thing.
Yeah. I think unless you want to test here, your words will fall.
Fine, I'll get it. I want to cheer
not
them
on deaf
up.
ears, but like, yeah.
I will do the test just so I can have a chance to cheer them up.
I think their point of view is like looking at everything that's just happened over the last 2 days. Like, you could have done all of this on your own. Like, they're worthless to you.
That's rude. I mean, look at Faye. She's a godbless. She didn't do anything.
Yeah, I think she's dealing with that in her own way as well.
Oh shit! No. All right, fine. I will attempt to somehow cheer them up. Is there a cheer up skill that I need to learn?
I think this is soothing platitudes. Because you're like no, you did great. It was fine. I totally needed you. Don't worry about it. Like you're trying to make them feel better about themselves.
Right.
Even though it's kind of true that they did nothing. So yeah, soothing platitudes is based in will. And there it'll be versus their will, untrained. So ob. They should have a lower will than that. Ob 4. Two doubled.
Oh,
no,
okay.
2 doubled.
Jesus. All right.
So you can, either take the will test or open soothing platitudes. And if you fail, they'll be demoralized. Like they'll continue to feel that they're worthless. And if you succeed, then you'll remoralize them.
Oh, hell. I don't have any Artha left either. Shit. This is the worst!
And, yeah.
Ah, crap!
Damn. Yeah, so they remain demoralized. And I was about to say Faye isn't helping because she's
also
she's thinking about some stuff. She's dealing with some problems herself. Yeah, so I think you just leave them out there sitting solemnly. And then you go back in with Faye?
Yes.
Okay. So what do you want to do? You just want to go back to room 10 and kill all of these things?
Yep. Kill them all.
All right. Let's call this a bloody versus test.
Okay.
So allocate dice towards attack and defense. Well, okay, so base pool, it'll be for you, you'll be using your sword, presumably. Or
Yes.
you could use your knives. Faye will help with her spear. And you can fork stuff if you want.
All right. Can I link anatomy, brawling, and spirits was? They leap at me and I punch them out.
You can fork brawling and spirits wise.
Heck. All right.
I think Faye can also help with caves wise, because you're fighting in a cave. And yeah. I think Faye will also help with a point of persona. Actually, no, okay. I don't think she can do that.
All right.
No, so actually, she can only help with one skill at a time. So she can either help with spear or caves wise. She's going to help with spear because she wants that test.
Okay, so the 2 dice from my help, the 1 dice from her, and then my sword dice.
Yeah.
And that's it.
So what's your pool? Well, what's your pool so far?
My pool so far is. Can I fork in stealthy if we're trying to be stealthy about it?
If you use zone of silence, yeah, sure. Sure.
Yeah.
You also have higher reflexes and longer strides, so you get another +2 if you want it.
Yes.
And you have longer weapons, so you can get a +1 to your attack pool. If you want it.
Okay, so my pool right now is looking like 11 +1 for attack.
Yeah, so you can allocate that however you want.
Okay.
So let's do the attacks first.
Okay.
And then defense.
So just roll the normal dice?
Yeah, so just use a sword. Yeah, just roll dice, but it'll count as a sword test.
this will be like the most routine of routine, though.
It'll be routine. It won't even fucking matter. But Faye will get to mark a routine spear test at least.
Yay.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah.
And then defense. These things have allocated 0 to defense, so
Wow.
you just have to beat their successes on attack.
Yep.
Nice. So yeah. Let me just check this. The losing side was wounded. Apply.
Yeah, the losing side is wounded with my fuck-ass sword.
Yeah, so your ad is 2. You had to beat 0, so you do a superb. You kill these things, no problem. Oh, where's the thing? Successes in the defense pool subtract from the opponent's attack successes. You got 2, so yeah, they do absolutely nothing to you. Extra successes in the attack pool do damage as described in the weapons. Yes, you do superb to them. So yeah, you just clean the floor with these things. You just
Awesome.
It's like in a fit of rage, like, and I think there's like way more of them than you initially thought there were. Oh, actually, it probably won't matter, but I'm going to roll 2 more dice just for the amount of them that there are in attack. Okay, so yes. So they get 1 hit on you. And I'll roll a die of fate, and whether it's you or Faye. Do you want even or odd?
Odd.
You get bitten.
Awesome. I don't even care.
Yeah, it doesn't wound you, but you get bitten.
Gross.
Like they're not strong enough to like give you a wound that matters.
But they might have poisoned me or given me some sort of gross disease.
Yeah, and I think you're in there for like 10 minutes. And there's how many teeth does a human have?
32?
Really, that many?
Let's see.
Yeah, I thought it was like.
How many teeth does an adult human being have? 32.
Okay, so 32, and then
and that's including 4 wisdom teeth.
Yeah. All right, we'll call it even. Say 30 times. There was 8 people who've lost all their teeth now, and then you've already killed 4 of them. So there's 236 of these things.
I'm sorry, are you telling me these things are grown from human teeth?
Yes.
That
and
is
you're standing in a huge hive of them.
Will, I don't want to insult you, but I don't think I can play this game with you anymore because you are full of some thick, twisted fantasies of ripping teeth out of some poor people's heads and growing stuff out of them. Will, do you need help? I know a guy, okay?
Let me read this to you.
Oh no.
The hooded lanterns feel a compulsion to breed, though their method of reproduction appalls those not of their ilk. In a place lit only by its own tongue, beyond the glow of fire, sun, moon, and stars, the Gal Ma impregnates itself with the gouged out teeth and severed tongue of dying demons or mortals. An hour later, it gives birth to eyeless snakes that grow into new demons within a year. That's straight from the book.
We gotta blow up
Exalted
this cave.
is a dark game.
We gotta blow up this cave. We can't leave this cave. We gotta literally, we gotta explode it to fuck. How much? What kind of a miracle do I need to call down Odinata and be? Listen, I know you're pretty fucking far from the Imperial Order, but can you blow up this cave? Can you just set it on fire?
So thinking about it, there's probably fewer than that many. I think you probably fight like 50 of them in that room 10, but in room 11, there's like a spawning pool of them, and you just set it on
You need
fire.
to show me the map.
Huh?
Where's room 11?
Here on the look.
I can't see the map. Did you put it away?
Sorry, I forgot you. Yeah. So, like in room 11 there's like a spawning pool with just hundreds of like, they're more like tadpoles in this pool. And they've like not matured into full snakes yet. And you just, I think like either you or Faye has the bright idea to just set the pool on fire.
Good.
But there's maybe 50 of them in room 10. Just like buried in the gravel.
Great. As I walk, can I use all-encompassing earth sense to just make sure that all of these fuckers are dead?
Yeah. You don't sense them anymore, but you do sense something down this passageway.
Okay.
Something bigger.
Alright, ready my sword, time for another fight. When I'm done, I kind of want to go back to room 2 and just make sure that there's nothing there either. Just in case. But sure, I'll go down here. Check it out. What's here?
Okay, so this is like a very steep upward slope of like gravel, and there's like some rocky areas, but it's mostly gravel. It's like quite a steep descent. Sorry, ascent. And I'm just going to reveal the whole thing now, because why not? And
are those 6 bucks in here?
Yeah, there's no more of these weird creatures, snake things. There is, however, some kind of blue glow further up in this room, like that you can see from this room up here. Like you can see a faint blue glow shining down.
Does it look like the same glow as a hooded lantern?
No, it's more like the glow from the crystals, or the glow from the enamel on the wall that you saw in room 9.
Alright, solid. I know what this probably is, but Denati doesn't, so she's very suspicious. Swords out, ready to go.
Yeah, and you come across this like little drake thing. It's kind of fat looking. It's got a kind of watery texture to its skin, like it almost looks like it's made of water, like flowing in places, and then other times not, like it's almost a trick of the light. And it kind of growls at you in like a bestial voice and says something in Old Realm.
Okay, it can communicate. That's a good sign. And I hold up my hands. I put my sword away. All right. Okay. So this looks like the thing on the wall.
Yeah, more or less.
Okay. So Denati's doing an educated guess and think that this may be the elemental. She's going to say, I don't speak that tongue, but I'm not here to hurt you.
You can try and speak Old Realm. You can start learning it if you want.
How would I have learned it?
picked up phrases from Iroh and stuff.
I say
It'll be untrained, but you can attempt to speak to it in Old Realm.
I'll attempt to say I come in peace, and instead I say I need to pee.
I don't think Old Realm is a language that's that simple, but sure.
All right, I will. All right,
No,
I'll
as
attempt it.
in, I don't think that mistake can be made, but you can attempt to say "I come in peace" for sure.
I'll attempt to say that. Sure. So I'm gonna try to learn Old Realm.
Yeah. So
is that a skill or what?
Yeah, it's a skill. It's a skill.
Okay.
So just put Old Realm as a skill.
Right.
And if you learn it, then you'll actually, I can't remember how read and write works once you've learned a language, but I can look that up.
Okay. What is this? What would this be based on?
I'm just checking. Ancient languages. Uses the mechanic for foreign languages. Okay.
Thanks. That's really helpful.
To skip ahead to F. D, E, F, foreign languages. Test when attempting to communicate with another character in a language that is not your native tongue. There are constraints based on which level of speech you aim for. You can cover basic grounds with survival conversational language, but there are whole swaths of meaning that are simply beyond your grasp. If you can't express ideas in metaphor or other abstract concepts, good luck expressing the meaning behind your actions. Here are some suggested failure rolls. The character is able to communicate but screws up the words for numbers, ordinal directions, etc. Other character can understand what is said but can't make his speech understood. Or you can use a single word and gesture to get across your meaning. Obstacles. Close dialect to your native tongue, obscure or thick dialect of your native tongue, simple or related language, difficult language, complex language, mystical or esoteric language. Conditional modifiers. Using gestures, pointing, visual references, etc. gives you a +1. Survival language, no penalty. Philosophical abstract concepts +2. Formal rituals, dead language +1. Okay. You're gonna fail this.
Thanks.
So it's rooted in perception.
Okay.
And it's a complex language, so it's OB6. As in OB3.
Okay.
OB3 doubled to 6.
All right.
But you can use gestures to get a +1 because you're really just conveying like hands up, like you're conveying like something quite basic.
Yes.
So I'll give you a +1 for that.
Yeehaw! Here we go. And the base obstacle is.
You get all successes, then you'll. Yeah. So.
Nope.
No. I think.
Oh yeah, I still have my wound penalty.
Yeah.
Oops.
Oh yeah, of course. Well, I guess you couldn't do it anyway. So I think it I think it can understand what you said, but you can't understand what it's saying.
Right.
No, Dragoon Knight, Old Realm is the language of the gods. It's very tangentially related, which is why I made it a complex language instead of a mystical or esoteric language, which would increase the orb even more.
Right.
it's like High Realm is a very distant descendant of Old Realm, but like they're at this point they're very different. Yeah, so I think it can understand you, but you can't understand it. And it just nods. Like you see its head, like it nods slowly, looking at you with like these bright yellow eyes.
Do I know that it can? So I know that it can understand me. I just don't know what the fuck it's saying.
You think it can understand you.
Okay.
So you've said it comes in peace. I think you can continue to say your piece, like as long as you use simple phrases.
Right.
It will understand you, but you won't be able to understand what it says back.
All right.
So what do you say? Using basic
phrases. Could I just use like yes, no things?
Yes, but Well, I'd say like you don't know the language that well. I think like you only know basic phrases. You only know very little things that you like vaguely remember picking up from like Iroh. So it's stuff like hello. It's like simple concepts. It's like first, it's like your first ever French lesson or whatever. Je m'appelle Denati.
Thanks.
Yeah, I mean, well, what do you want to say to it? What? And I'll let you know if that's too complex.
All right, I will do something else instead. I will attempt to say wait. Right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. Yeah.
I will go back and I will get one of the corpses of the little snake things.
Mm.
And I will bring it back.
And you just like dump it in front of it, or
no? I hold it up. Like, you know this thing?
It nods again. Yeah, I think this thing. I'm getting a better picture of what this thing is in my head. It's like imagine a crocodile crossed with a cat made of water.
Okay.
That's like glowing bluish yellow.
That's gonna be fun to attempt to draw.
Yeah, and when you come back, it's like sitting on its hind legs, like how a cat does. And it nods as you put this thing in front of it or hold it up or whatever you're doing.
Okay. And I sort of shake it a bit and then sort of like draw my hand across my throat like they're all dead.
Mm.
And gesture out into the cave. Like, all the ones in the cave, they're dead.
It closes its eyes and bows its head slightly in your direction. And then it it turns around in that way that cats do. And like it's funny, it reaches its like actually no, I know what it does. It walks past you, like it starts like going past you and behind. And then when it gets to about here, like down this side of the gravelly path, or
Right.
It like looks back at you and like beckons with its head for you to follow.
All right. We'll follow. Where are we going?
And it leads you back into chamber 15, the big one with the pool.
Cool. I'm there now. I teleported.
On the way, it like looks at the corpses and stuff in room 10. And I think it like dismissively like kicks one out of the way as it's walking past, and like it splats on the side of the cave. Like
Gross.
Or not kicks, like swipes with one of its claws. And then it like goes into the water, and as it goes into the water, like the whole pool like lights up with this same bright blue glow. In fact, I can even
Give it an
make
aura.
it appear thing.
Holy snap!
Boom. Yeah. And you just like stand there for like maybe 30 seconds or something, and Faye's like looking at you like, is this it? did we do it? What's happening? And then there's like a ripple on the surface of the water again, and this thing like just rises out of the center of the pool and stands on the surface of the water once it's fully risen.
That is the
and
coolest piece of shit.
In its mouth, like between its long crocodile like mouth thing, it's holding what appears to just be like a perfect cube of gold.
Okay.
And it like leans forwards. And like you get the impression it wants you to like hold your hands out.
I put out my gross, bloody, disgusting hands.
And yeah, it drops this solid gold cube into your hands.
Oh, that's heavy.
Yeah. It's completely featureless. It's just like a cube. It's like maybe 5 inches by 5 inches by 5 inches of just solid gold.
Oh my god, that's big.
Yeah. And that's a 2D cash dice, and you can't split that up. So add 2D cube of gold to your character sheet. Yeah, and then it bows again and says something that you think is thank you, but you're not sure.
Okay. I give it about
it like
back.
Goes back in the water.
All right, now it's done. I turn to Faye and I say, when they gave you the reward, that's when it's done.
She just smiles.
Oh god.
She smiles and then looks concerned at the like wound on your shoulder and the wound on your leg where you were bitten.
By the way, it's 3.5 pounds in gold.
Cool.
That seems like it would be a lot more, actually, than just 3 pounds. Huh. Well,
gold has a different value in Exalted than in our world.
Yeah, I know, but like I feel like it would weigh more than 3 pounds of 3 pounds, but whatever.
I don't know what the density of gold is off the top of my head, but it's 5 inches.
How dare
cubed.
you? I thought you were a
I'm
I
a
thought you
mathematician, not a chemist.
Same fucking thing. It's all science.
I don't know the density of gold off the top of my head, all right?
All right, so I can add 2 cash die.
A 2D cash die, yeah.
2D cash die. Cute. All right. I love how I didn't talk to this thing about the storm at all.
Yeah, but you can't because you failed the roll.
Yep, I cannot. Whoa, what did I do?
Did you add it? I don't see it.
I'm trying to. If you would stop
Sorry.
moving my things.
2D.
2D. Go. There we go.
Yeah. I think after like a minute of standing there, if you're still standing there, it the blue light fades. Like it's swum down very deep into this cave.
Well, I suppose that's where its sanctum must be. If that's the case, we're definitely not going down there. Let's get out of here.
Cool. All right, so you
I
get back
exit.
to the cave
I
now.
meet my men, and I tell them we found the elemental. And if they ask what it looks like, I will say exactly what you said. It looks as if someone bred a cat with a crocodile and covered it in water.
Cool. All right. So, we've been going for 8 hours.
Awesome. Love
and
it.
I'm pretty sure that Google Hangouts like forces you to stop streaming after 8 hours. So we began at like 20 past 2. So I think we should wrap up here and do beliefs and instincts now.
All right, cool. Just to let you know, my intent is to, if the storm lets up, I don't know whether it will or won't. If the storm lets up, I want to chop the head off of this thing, burn the body, keep the head for proof.
Fair enough.
Also, maybe take one of the dead eel things with me.
Oh, right. Yeah, the babies.
Yeah, if I put it in alcohol and shove it in a jar, I can have a trophy.
A very gross trophy.
It's a very gross trophy, but it's awesome.
All right. So beliefs.
Well, the first one died.
The first one, I think, given the situation, was impossible for you to complete. I had to hold back a chuckle as soon as you wrote that this morning, because I knew.
I thought it was a normal hag, not a fucking demon.
You definitely get fate for trying.
Awesome.
But this is an impossible belief to fulfill now, so you might as well delete it.
1 fate.
Belief 2. My mistakes were never meant to affect others close to me. I must protect them from my past by whatever means necessary.
Never came up.
Yeah, I don't think this came up. If this was more general, like, ironically, if this was more general, if this was just I must protect those close to me by whatever means necessary, then you probably would have got fate. But because it's specifically relating to like past events and the stuff with fast go, it can't. The journey will be long and arduous. I will convince fate to stay home while I'm away. You also failed to do this, but you get fate for trying.
Yeah.
I
I don't think any of my instincts came up. At least not in a way that made things bad.
Yeah. I think you're still yet to get Fate or Persona for instincts. You might want to try and write. Well, okay, your third one still has the potential to get you in trouble at like a later situation. But I think you should try and write some beliefs that like are much more likely to get you in trouble. Just so that you can get Fate for them. Humor, right skill, right time. I'll give you a Fate for that one shot, honestly, because I kind of wasn't expecting that at all.
Nice.
And then traits. None of these really came up. You really could have played into some of them as well, like paranoid, frustrated, bad egg, even. Like, I feel like you had opportunities.
You said that, like, I would have fucking played up, like, checking for traps every 5 minutes with paranoid, but you said it was like, oh, well, you know.
Paranoid isn't checking for traps every 5 seconds. And even if it is, that doesn't complicate your life. But yeah, I don't think these came up, but I think you could have played the game in a different way that made them come up. So yeah, I don't know. I'd say because you want your traits to hurt you, right? It's the only way they'll earn you Arthur. Otherwise, they're just character building. They're just little words that like help piece your character together. I would seriously put some time into thinking about like how can I make these traits, specifically the character traits, like get me into trouble? How can I play into these to like ruin my own life? Because that's how this game works. Yeah, so but I mean you saved the village.
Yay.
You killed a demon. Let's check Faye. I won't fail Denati. I've earned her loyalty and now I must keep it. I will competently complete any task she sets me to. This is up to you, because she definitely
if anything,
she went against you. She went against this belief at the beginning of the session, but do you feel that her presence here has been worthwhile?
I do feel like her presence here has been worthwhile. I absolutely would not have gone back and killed all those things.
Okay.
It was like, oh, they're gross snakes and they live here, probably. Whatever. Goodbye.
So would you say that's her first belief or her third one, which is I will prove Godbloods are just as capable as Dragonbloods?
I would say maybe that's her third one. But I kind of want to give her. I want to give her Fate for the first one.
Handled herself well because she was a Godblood, or do you feel that she handled herself well because you directed her well?
I feel like she handled herself well because she is who she is, not because I gave her a command to do it. So I guess because she's a Godblood.
Okay. When bitten, bite back. That almost came up. If she had been bitten, she would have bitten back. She lucked out on the die of fate twice. Or
so did she?
She doesn't get the fate for it, but it definitely would have complicated her life if she had.
Did she still get the fate for the first one? Because there were tests involved in that one.
When there's downtime currently, no, but it didn't complicate her life. She's just got a
complicated my fucking life.
Never stray too far from a hearth. No, this didn't come up. Daring, ambidextrous, symmetric, rabble-rouser, devout, hardworking, humble, clumsy. I forgot
Daring?
about her black lung. When you were doing that stealth test, she... Oh no, but the zone of silence would have cancelled it. So even if she had like been coughing and shit from her black lung, the zone of silence would have silenced it. So
Yep.
okay, well again, black lung almost complicated her life, but didn't.
I'm just too good. I'm sorry.
Do you think any of her character traits came up?
Daring, maybe.
Daring.
Mhm.
Devout is religious, not. Yeah. Well, daring came up. I don't think it complicated her life, though. I don't think it took the story in a. Well, okay, maybe.
I would
it's up
argue
to you.
it did because I went into the cave and I assure you I would not have done that. I don't know if it could be called a complication, but it definitely put her in danger.
Yeah, it doesn't always have to be a complication. It can just like lead the story in an unexpected direction.
I did not expect it to go in that direction. I did not even think about the connection the Lampreys had with the Hooded Lantern.
Fair enough. All right.
Although,
so...
that was really dumb of me, and I probably should have made that connection.
All right. Cool. Okay. So I think after this session, next session rather, I think Faye is going to not retire, but she felt the same way, like the like demoralization thing affected her as well. I think when she gets back home, she's gonna be less adventurous. She's gonna be focused more on doing her job instead of coming out with you on adventures.
I mean, that'd be nice, yeah.
Because this was scary. A bit too
that's. I
but
literally fucking told her to stay home, and she didn't.
Yeah. And so I think she's gonna get more sidelined. She'll still be a character, but I don't think I'll be covering her beliefs and instincts in future sessions.
Time to bring up a new NPC.
So yeah, very quickly before we get cut off by Google, where do you want to see the story go next? Obviously, beginning of next session can be summed up pretty quickly with just
Tax season.
Finishing business in the village, and then going back to the Imperial City. What would you like to do next? What would Jen like to do next?
Oh shit. I mean, I like this adventure stuff, but I just realized how fucking dangerous it is in Burning Wheel. It's like 17 times more dangerous in Burning Wheel, and I didn't realize.
Yes, it is.
Also, that routine resources test for the guide, does that count as a test for me for my resources?
Yes, you made a resources test, right?
Oh, I already have a routine test. Damn it, it's useless to me.
Yeah. Wait, wasn't it? Did you roll 1 dice or 2? Yeah, it was routine. Yeah.
Rest in pieces.
Because okay, so I have some ideas about where the story could go next.
Right, hit me.
There's our broadcast will be terminated in 5 minutes. All right. So there's more stuff with Nemon with the Elwyn's bullshit.
Awesome. I'm ready.
I also part of me wants to part of me wants to follow up on some political intrigue that got like overwashed in last season to do with Lookshy.
Oh, okay. Is it the fucking assassin from Lookshy with the features of Lookshy?
The distinctive Lookshy features, which I can now properly
Yes.
define with traits, with cultural traits, and we will find out what those distinctive Lookshy and features
No,
really
it
are.
has to remain a mystery.
Maybe
It's
one of
just
them is
those
just
features,
distinctive.
definitely of Lookshy.
I think one of them, whatever it is, one of them will just be distinctive, like as a character trait.
He has the features of a man from Lookshy. What's he look like, Will? Oh, he looks like
Very
he's from
distinctive.
Lookshy.
And there's one other thing. Oh yeah, like consequences. Like you've pissed off Starlight Musa, you've pissed off Nellen's Travan. I feel like
I didn't mean to piss him off.
They may come up again at some
All right.
point.
Consequences I'm fine with. If I can kill it, I can overcome it.
But I think we're like end of this week you'll have to do a resources test.
Okay.
For like tax, but you've definitely got enough cash at this point to pass that. And yeah, I think going forwards, I think we can begin to skip a bit more time and like make more general statements, like just say you do a job for a week, you get some you like train your men for a while. I think we can begin to speed up the time a bit, like day-to-day money and like is my shit still working? Is this all still worth it? I think that's becoming less relevant. Do you agree?
Yes.
Cool. All right.
I like your ideas.
Anything else? Can you think of anything else that you want to see? Or
I mean, if we're doing the whole political thing, I would love to see some more interactions with spiritual figures.
okay, you want to see like spirits get involved with like the bureaucracy and shit.
Yeah, that's so cool.
All right, I'll have a think about that.
I can name drop Odonata and it can be impressive. It probably won't because that guy hangs around like a fucking barfly, but whatever.
Yeah. You can name drop him, but circling him up would be difficult.
Oh yeah, that I feel you.
Cool. All right, I'll have a think about that. Okay, so thanks for playing.
Yep.
This has been our first stupidly long session. It's good to be back.
Oh yeah, I love it. I missed it so much.
Yeah. It's been fun.
Yep.
And
I didn't die.
The two people left watching this stream, thank you for making it this far. Dragoon Knight, if you're still there. Thanks for joining us.
I'll pay you $5 later.
Yeah, this has been fun. You did it. You beat a hooded lantern. You destroyed a horrible monster.
I did. Yay. Gross.
Bye.
Yay.